Good afternoon. I will call this regular meeting of Council of the Municipality of Jasper to order for May 16th. As a preliminary matter, and before I call for approval of the agenda, I would note that today is, among many other nationally recognized days, May 16th is National Waiters Day in Jasper. We would typically call those people servers. But they are incredibly important to our tourism-based community, and it is worth taking a moment to recognize the way that servers assist so many businesses in our community and keep our economy running. 3 days from now is another important day. It is a day which has been drawn to my attention by our Director of Community Development, Mr. Reed, and although it is not on the agenda in a formal sense, this will be the only opportunity that we have to recognize the significance of May 19th. So, Mr. Reed, tell us what is so significant about May 19th.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, and everyone in attendance, online and in reality here. Thank you very much for this impromptu opportunity. Early childhood educators form an important part of the fabric of our community, and recognizing them on May 19th is a wonderful addition to the calendar, and I really appreciate this opportunity. So as we are well aware, we're truly blessed here in Jasper with, first of all, a municipally operated out-of-school care and childcare center. The Wildflowers Center is amazing. The staff there are incredibly dedicated, and I can say from a decade of experience in other municipalities, they are the best crew I've ever seen. The incredible passion and kindness and patience and thoughtful planning and incredible creativity and flexibility that I see regularly, that we all see regularly, is incredible. And the most recent outside evidence, the report on the early learning and childcare from the University of Alberta, recognized the high quality of care and the incredible depths and breadths of the staff, professionalism and skill that they do have. And it's important to recognize on this day, with May 19th, that the ECEs in our community, of course, affect the lives of the children that they are with. And especially 0 to 5 is an incredibly important time for learning of our children. And also, the families in our communities are able to be far more successful with their work-life balance because they know at our center they are getting the incredible love and care from those wonderful ECEs. And so I appreciate this opportunity to ask that we all would celebrate our local superheroes of early learning, and that's the Wildflowers Childcare and Out-of-School Care educators, as well as all ECEs in Alberta on May 19th. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Director Reed.
It's like running fast. Don't normally do that.
No shortage of early childhood educators at this very table. So thanks to them as well. All right, councillors, you have a proposed agenda for approval or alteration for today's meeting. Are there any additions, deletions, or other changes to be made to the agenda? Seeing nothing, might I have a motion, please, that council approve the agenda for today's meeting as presented? Councillor Keller-Rampe, thank you for that. All those in favor? They're not opposed. That is carried. We have 2 sets of minutes for approval today, beginning with the regular meeting minutes of May 2nd, 2023. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections required to be made to those minutes? If not, I'd have a motion, please, that council approve the minutes of May 2nd, 2023 as presented. Councillor Waxer, thank you. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We also have before us the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 9th. 2023. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections required to be made to those minutes? I had noted but one. For motion number 210/23. I wonder whether we might add the word councillor. Motion made by Councillor Hall. Just an oversight. Good catch. With that, one exception, is there a councillor prepared to make a motion to approve those minutes as lightly amended? Councillor Demota, thank you. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Correspondence, we have one letter in our agenda package. It is somewhat self-evident. Mr. Given, did you intend to speak to it or have anyone speak to it?
Your worship, I can just give a very brief introduction. Administration received contact from TELUS and they followed up with this email requesting the municipality provide a letter of support for their application to the CRTC's broadband fund with the intention of improving wireless connectivity down a portion of Highway 93. The letter speaks to what they're going to be applying for, and essentially they're just looking for the municipality of Jasper's endorsement or support of this application so they can take it forward to the CRTC to request funding.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Any comments by councillors? I confess I have one area of inquiry in that it is a request for a letter of support, which I think is offside our policy for proclamations, letters of support, and flag raising. In that policy, as I read it, says that the sponsoring agency, so the one requesting, must be a not-for-profit organization. And because this is a for-profit entity, I'm just concerned about the optics if the council picks and chooses the businesses in respect to which it may offer support. So it's possible. I mean, it would be a wonderful thing to have better coverage on Parkway. I don't deny that, but we have a policy that says that we offer letters of support for nonprofit organizations located or having a presence in the municipality. I don't see that TELUS necessarily fits that bill. I don't know whether that is anything that has been considered at the administrative level.
Your worship, I think from an administrative perspective, these are council policies. You can choose to follow your own policy or not. And if there's good reason not to, then you can do so. That you may have identified a potential weakness in the policy that you might want to review at some point in the future. But I think the essential question here is, does council see this request as something that it wishes to support by a resolution of council? And again, I think there's an acknowledgement that the policy says that, but it is a policy established by council. And so choosing to vary from the policy would be up to council as well.
Councillor Correspondence.
I was just trying to, thank you, your worship. I was just thinking back in the past and how we've assisted other agencies when they've had similar requests. And would there be a way to, address that we have a policy, but support it in a different way, whether it's not an official written form, but somehow in spirit? This is something that I believe is, like you said, well needed for the area. So I'm looking for some semantics, I think.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Mr. Gibbon is on the right track. If the policy is not working, it's our policy, we should change it. But it is what it is right now. And from my perspective, if we make policy, we ought to apply with our own policy. And when we find that it is not performing the role that we had intended, we might consider changing it. As Mr. Gibbons says, it's our policy, we can do as we choose. So I'm just drawing attention to the fact that it is there and it says something different. And it matters because I do occasionally get requests from businesses seeking support for a business venture, and the policy reads as it does because we have an understanding that we do not promote one business over another. This seems to be a little bit different, but it's not entirely different. I don't know whether anybody else, any competitor to TELUS, might be also in the run to the running of CRTC to put something up. So it is there, and I've simply raised the council. May do as it chooses. Councillor Keller.
Even though it's offside with policy, I think, you know, for the safety of our citizens and our residents and our businesses that travel the parkway, I think it's very important that we have good communication, that we have good internet access and are able to make phone calls, because when we were down the Icefields Parkway now, you can get cell service at the Icefields during the summer, but in the winter months, there's absolutely no service on that road, and people, unless somebody has a satellite phone. So I kind of see it a little different than just supporting a business. Like, we're looking at it, the way I'm looking at this is more from a safety angle, that, you know, this would really benefit our community.
Councillor Waxley.
I'm thinking that should another provider also request a letter to do the same thing, I don't think we would be opposed. We probably provide a letter of support for both, knowing that supporting what Councillor Keller MP just said.
Councillor DeMona.
Yeah, and I think we could just have a letter of support. Not specifically for TELUS, but supporting the fact that we think that there should be broadband expansion into the parkway. And have that as our position. So it's not, I'm not trying to find a workaround it. It's something that we see as value to our visitors and our residents. And if someone else, for some reason, another company wants to come in, I think we would have the same support as Councillor Keller said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you, Councillor Melnick. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I have been listening with great interest about the detail of our policy and how we and what we support when it comes to private businesses. Certainly, any letter that we would send would focus or should focus on the health and safety of not only our residents, but the residents of Banff National Park, the Canadian public, and the visitors that come through our area with, you know, well in excess of 2 million people on that highway every year between traffic from Banff up to the ice fields and so on. I think a letter, our intent is to support a life-saving or a worthwhile increase in the accessibility of communication and what normally could be a very hostile environment in the middle of winter, where if somebody goes off the road with the wireless access, they have at least some hope of having help come sooner. I think, you know, given that type of gravity of what this can represent, I think we can, I would be willing to waive, for example, our policy of who we support and why, but specifically because this is about the health and safety of the millions of people that travel that highway every year.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Is there a councillor prepared to make a motion?
I have
Councillor DeMona.
just again, if I may, for some clarification, Your Worship, through you to administration. and maybe yourself, in just reading the request, what exactly are they requesting in a letter of support?
The proposed letter of support is in the agenda package. And they are requesting a letter on our letterhead signed by presumably the mayor, saying that our government, as it says, fully supports TELUS's application to build out the wireless access network. So it is specific to a company that's making an application with respect to the problem. And as I say, I have no hesitation in agreeing with the outcome or the merits of the application. And I'm not really concerned about whether or not we waive our policy. I am concerned that we are conscious of the fact we have a policy. We have it for a reason. And if we choose to vary from it, we should just do that intentionally.
I would be in favor. Thank you for, you said that a lot better than me reading it out loud, because I'm not in favor of insert name here. But I would be in favor of a letter of support in general for expansion of broadband on the Icefields Parking. So I don't know if that's what they're asking for. Sorry, I know that's not specifically what they're asking for, but I'm not sure if the rest of council wants to move that way.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Kellerby and Councillor Waxer. You know, if there was another applicant that was applying for this same service, then I would support that as well. But this is to support TELUS, and I do support TELUS's application. So I would intentionally make the motion that council receive the correspondence for information, and that council authorize the mayor to write a letter of support for the project.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there any debate on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. There is one opposed. Motion is carried. That takes us to item 5, delegations. There are no listed delegations today, which takes us to agenda item 6, new business, 6.1 sidewalk seating variance request from the Downstream. We heard from Mr. Correspondence from the Downstream last week, sitting as committee, and move this matter forward to today's meeting with a recommendation from committee to council. At that time, administration had not had an opportunity to present a position paper on it. We have a document now called a variance request report from administration. It's on the agenda. Mr. Gibbon, I would give you an opportunity to speak to that first if you would like, but otherwise I can just hand it back to council.
Your worship, as administration noted last week, this is an evolving process, and we wanted to ensure that applicants had an opportunity to come to council as quickly as possible. That prevented us from doing a written submission for council's consideration. I think that the documents attached speak to the positions that administration verbalized last week. I won't go through them in detail, but administration's recommendation is that council deny the variance requests. And we've included our recommendations and reasoning for those recommendations in the attached variance request report. So again, not to belabor the point, that information is there. And again, I think it speaks to the same positions that administration shared last week.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any remaining questions of council or administration? Councillor Keller-Happy.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. And my question actually is for maybe my fellow councillors that sat on the task force. When you went through everything, did you look at scenarios that were different? That it, like, so, in this case, the parking names are shared, that sort of thing. Did you kind of look at how things could be different, that the one shoe doesn't fit all?
None in particular, and so, but yes, we did recognize the fact that not all of these requirements will work, and I think that's why we're here today. Whereas, I think where the task force maybe was faulted is that they didn't have the avenue, or we didn't have that avenue set up, and I think the avenue administration was able to kind of funnel that towards us, and I think that's why we're here. We are looking at scenarios that don't fit the mold per se, but I think they're very valid.
I agree. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Other questions? Well, similar to, oh, I'm sorry,
If you have a question. No.
and I do, and it's for you, similar to Councillor Kelleher and only because you sat on the task force. So I wonder whether you can address the issue that was in the minds of the task force when it recommended the orientation wording that we have. So either one or the other, either the parking lane or the sidewalk. What was the intent of that? And what discussion existed around maximum size? So a maximum of 3 stalls.
I guess speaking to the first question was either or. Either or in our minds was you're directing traffic through a funnel between what a patio on the building side as well as a patio on the street. Then tended to constrict flow of pedestrian traffic, as well as cause backups, because there are servers that are sitting, or not sitting, but standing in the middle, right? So like you would be almost like queuing up in this like funnel and not allowing free flow of traffic. So in reality, it was free flow of pedestrian traffic was our number one kind of priority when we suggested either or. Second question was maximum number of stalls. I think business frontage seemed to just a stall is however long. I think 3 stalls cover a whole frontage of like a standard sized commercial lot. So I think in our eyes, we're suggesting that a business shouldn't operate outside of the boundaries of its own business frontage. Again, here we're talking about one business has 3 stalls, all originate or terminate in front of a business, but they may extend a little bit further. And I think, again, that's why we're here. It's a unique situation. But yeah, the 3 stalls suggesting that, what would that be, 60 feet or so, would most likely be the width of, or larger than commercial lot.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wilson. Before I ask my question, you had your hand up, so I will turn to you first and to Councillor Demota.
No, I was just gonna help us move things forward. So if there's questions still, then I'll hang back.
Councillor Demota.
Well, I appreciate you handling all the pressure there, Councillor Wilson, and I think some of the discussion that occurred on the second question was that from debates and discussion at council prior to the task force being struck, I believe that we came forward with some knowledge that some businesses, many businesses have two and some have three. So the option for the frontage that have three spots, the opportunity to use the third one, and that came as consensus through that filter for my recollection. Does that make sense to you, Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Wilson, were you prepared to make a motion? Is that what you were hinting at earlier? Or would you defer to a question from Councillor Hall, please?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I guess my question is, if the reason behind the either or is so that there's not traffic cutting through two serving areas, that's what you said, would there be like a minimum or maximum space? Because there are some that are grandfathered, like they have the 3-year, so that they're a little bit onto the sidewalk. So if there was a measurement between that end of that patio and the building, is that something that may aim towards administration?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kevin, go ahead.
Your worship, if I'm, Councillor Hall, if I'm interpreting your question correctly, are you asking about the, just, are you asking about the new standard or previous?
I guess the new standard based on this commercial use of public spaces standard that's in front of us.
Yeah, so in the new standard, the 4 installations that are proposing to use a portion of the parking lane, either for a walk around or for seating, the standard suggests that the pedestrians shall not have any less space than there was previous to the installation. So that the width of the sidewalk should always be maintained. There's a bit of a caveat there that says that when you are creating a walkway, that the maximum width shall be the width of the parking lane. So there is maybe some room for interpretation, but I think the broad principle is to maximize the amount of space that remains for all other pedestrians using the pedestrian passage.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor DeMota and then Councillor Melnick.
Yes, and just for free flow and people moving freely on the sidewalks, that was a big discussion. And some of it came from residents in the community complaining and having frustration with having to stop or getting blocked by barricades, whether they were the sidewalk seating combined with the street seating as well as sandwich boards, which still remain to be a little bit of an issue. So I think the intent was to start moving towards having more space for pedestrian traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have some questions for administration. What's before us is a decision for one business, but 3 businesses came together. If the businesses were to use the parking in front of their buildings for a walkway, or the parking spaces for their walkway, and then orient their tables against their buildings, would each business need to build a separate entrance and exit from the parking stalls, or could the 3 together have one entrance at the east side and one entrance at the west side?
Your Worship, to Councillor Melnick's question first, I should note that there are 3 different items. And so while they were presented as one application, there are actually 3 different applications. And so administration has 3 different agenda items here and 3 different reports, because there are essentially 3 different businesses that are each applying, although they're being presented slightly differently. So that's why there are 3 different recommendations. With respect to your question, Councillor Melnick, I guess the answer is I don't know. I don't think we've had an application that's come in that way. Director Nadon and our enforcement team may have seen something else and they may have a different interpretation. That's certainly not what we're seeing in front of us, and so it would be a bit of speculation. But I will pass over to Director Nadon just to add her expertise.
Thank you, CEO, given your worship through Councillor Melnick. We've had some applications of adjacent businesses wanting to build a common boardwalk, and we've encouraged that instead of having boardwalks that you would get you back on the sidewalk, but immediately walk onto a new boardwalk. And as long as access to businesses that are in the middle in one case, or access to patios that will be in the middle of that boardwalk, as long as there's an entrance and a shared plan to allow access. So you could have a large boardwalk access and egress, or entry and egress at either end, but also potentially a break in the barrier in the middle where people could enter the patio for an establishment, or just get back on the sidewalk to get to a business frontage that is located where a boardwalk is. So that is possible, and we've had, I don't believe that application is approved yet, but we do have one in process where we are considering that type of approach.
Thank you, Director Nadon and Mr. Given. And based on that commentary where you wouldn't be looking at 3 separate entrances and exits, there is an opportunity to use the narrow or the laneway and use the sidewalk, which is in that area somewhat larger, to create a seating area for these 3 separate businesses. Because I'm hesitant to approve an installation which is asking for variance to go onto a sidewalk. In other words, it's not the either or, it's a blend, because what I can foresee happening is down the road next year, a new restaurant may be asking for that same variance, and there may be other restaurants at the end of their 2-year, 23 and 24, of their 3-year plan, coming back to council using that as a opportunity to ask for a similar variance. So my inclination at this point is not to allow the variance onto the sidewalk, as there is a large sidewalk there that a reorientation could be done with a walkway through the 3 parking lanes or 4 parking lanes. The restaurant space probably will be larger, and it could incur less cost potentially at the end of it for the 3 businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor DeBoer.
Thank you. I was using my pen just for clarification here through you to Councillor Melnick. I'm a little confused on what he's construing here. Councillor Melnick, are you suggesting that that neither of the applicants would have their own access from their service delivery to the seating area?
No, they would all have their own seating area based on the parking stall that they would, or stalls that they would buy, but that the access at either end of the 3 businesses would be the access through to the laneway, which would then gain access to the patio seating, which would be adjacent to their building. So I do see a way of that being workable, as opposed to doing the variance, which, quite honestly, to administration's point, it would be the inconsistency in the standards that would basically come back to us every year by people asking for a similar variance.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Wilson.
I think though that there are other businesses that operate in both of these buildings, and I don't think that those businesses would support that application. Those businesses support the application that is in front of us today, because it allows free flow of traffic by the retail that's in those buildings. So I think they're trying to work with all occupants of the building itself. And it seems like all occupants of the building and neighbors are on board with this application, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be on board with the other application because it's keeping people away from the business frontage that they're at.
Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Wilson, because I believe when we back in COVID, when we allowed the patio seating, the reason that we allowed the lane to be used as seating was because of that reason, that we actually went to patios within the parking stalls, was because of, I think, that application a number of years ago.
Councillor Wilson.
Take the opportunity to make a motion. I would make a motion that council approve the following variance for the downstream sidewalk seating application, and that's the encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk, on the basis that the encroachment is incidental in nature and does not constitute a utilization of both the parking lane and the sidewalk. And also that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained. And yes, as well, an extension beyond building frontage to the west, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners, on the basis that the property of the west is functionally a part of the same facility. I think this application still falls within the essence of what the task force was trying to allow, by allowing by ensuring that the pedestrian zone will be equal to the adjacent parking lane. Alleviates the fact that the walkway would be less if the patio was on the sidewalk side. So like they're still offering the same width of pedestrian thoroughfare in this application as well.
Councillor Dewoda.
As far as my general support goes, for all of them, I wasn't in support of the first item of each, and that encroachment onto the sidewalk, because I don't think it's in the spirit of what we consider as pedestrian free flow. I support the second and third with the use of the amount of parking stalls and the umbrellas. So to me, I think that part of the discussion when we were contemplating the either or is that even if you do have patio seating, there is room for people to go around when their cars are parked. But when you take that up with a solid barrier, people don't have any space to step onto the curb or whatever it is. So this takes away that extra little piece of the curbside, and 18 inches is, foot and a half, right? So I think it's not within the spirit of what we were talking about when there are restrictions to people moving freely. So I'm supporting administration's recommendation for that one point on this. And when the other applications have their agreements expire, I would like to see some uniformity in giving back the public space to the public. So that's where I sit, and if there's a friendly amendment that you'd be willing to support there and taking number one off the table, then I can vote in favor of that. Thank you.
If I may, I'm inclined to receive that as a request for division. We'll just separate the questions. The motion is entirely in order.
Correct, yeah.
I don't think it's a friendly amendment to
Right.
remove it, but we can divide the question and vote on them separately. Councillor Wilson.
Okay, sure, we can divide the question. So my first motion then would be the encroachments onto the sidewalk. And that council approved the following variances for the downstream sidewalk seating application. An encroachment not to exceed 18 inches onto the sidewalk, and the rest of all. I'd just like to speak to the motion and the fact that if this application was vice versa, on the sidewalk, there would be less pedestrian width in the sidewalk, or sorry, in the parking lane than if it is the application that we're looking at right now. The width of the parking lane, if that was the walk around, is still to be maintained if it's on the sidewalk. So you're not losing any pedestrian, therefore, except for the additional width of the sidewalk because it's so large there.
Councillor Demoda.
I understand that they're separated, but everything's part and parcel on this one, because if you're asking for an extra stall, I don't think that you would be able to do that on the sidewalk regardless. So I think in the spirit of giving people as much maximum flow as possible, I get your argument. But I think we have an opportunity here to do what's right. So maybe not by the business, but I think for the amount of people that are traveling up and down the streets in our peak season. And you know, I spent a little time losing sleep over this, because I'm very grateful for what the businesses have done in this community to enhance what our street side looks like. And you know, I said before that Mr. Correspondence has kind of set the tone, and then others follow. So although I am in support of the other ones, this one doesn't seem to go in line with what I believe was the intention. Thank you.
Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? The motion that I will eventually call the question on is that first part of the motion, which is the encroachment onto the sidewalk and nothing else. So is there anybody who wish to speak to that? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I think I'm in support of the motion as well. And this is so new that I think it's okay to get things wrong, even the first time, or and I feel like this just points out some areas where we can, like, it doesn't have to be so black and white, either or. And I do agree with, like, I was happy to hear you say that the idea behind either or wasn't so that it was that we could walk through. That if that was the spirit of what was spoken about it, those task force meetings, I do support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. With the motion now divided, I will speak in favor of the motion for the encroachment. And I do that for these reasons. Firstly, I do think that it is incidental. And if, as Councillor Hall has just noted, the intent of the either or was to prevent pedestrians from walking through service on both sides, that is still maintained. The eatery is on one side and the walkway only adjoins it on one side. And that seems to me to be what the intent was. We are used to in this community, and I think in other communities, dealing with encroachments. My math may be suspect, but 18 inches or 1.5 feet over the length of 7 stalls is 87 square feet. And I think 7 stalls are 20 feet long each. Probably about a 7,000 square foot area, and I appreciate that the math can be worked either way. What difference does 87.5 square feet make? But what difference does it make either way? Which brings me to the issue of functionality. And absolutely, we want functionality for pedestrians, and admittedly, the room for pedestrians will be somewhat less. But it appears to me in these circumstances, it is eminently functional for pedestrians. Is the space functional for the business? The businesses indicate it would be more functional if they could encroach that little bit. I had suggested a week ago that I would prefer to see this any variance time limited, because I think that if the standard is not right, I would prefer to change the standard than to allow variances, but we are where we are, and the motion doesn't speak to a time limit. But in the circumstances, I can see that it is, in my view, incidental to the overall scheme of things. And for that reason, with respect to the encroachment onto the sidewalk alone, unless I hear otherwise during the debate, I'm inclined to support that. Other councillors wish to debate? Councillor Watson.
I think I have not much to say, but just that, again, the word incidental for me was important, and also that the clear pedestrian zone equal to the adjacent parking lane can be maintained, so I'm comfortable with that.
Councillor Wilson, it was your motion, if you wish to close.
No, I think that's it all. I need to say thank you.
Then I will call the question, and just for clarity, the motion is that council approve an encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk in respect to the downstream application, on the basis that the encroachment is incidental in nature and does not constitute a utilization of both the parking lane and the sidewalk, and that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained. That was the motion, was it not? All those in favor? Opposed? There is one opposed. That is. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to look. Thank you. Councillor Melnick. There are two opposed. That motion is carried. That takes us to the second part of that motion, which is an extension beyond the building frontage to the west, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners, on the basis that the property to the west is functionally a part of the same facility. Councillor Wilson, I'll invite you to speak to that again, since we've essentially started all over.
Yeah, okay, so as the motion I think is on the table already, which should suggest that in this application, as we're speaking of the downstream application, all three stalls either start or terminate, however you want to look at it, on the business frontage of the said building. There is one does go further into the adjacent building. I think there is I'm assuming that we've seen supporting letters that support the downstream into using that shared stall. I don't see there being any issue with that. I think that the whole kind of idea here is to create a nice atmosphere where there's opportunity to dine, but also to view the store frontages. And I think as long as the all neighboring properties are accepting of this application, then I don't see why we would be wants to put the rights.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Demota?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for administration through you to Mr. Given. This needs some help on a little bit of history here. When we discussed the third stall opportunity, does that have an impact on the paid parking program, the reserve parking that we have that businesses are allowed to apply for when there isn't excess parking within their property?
And maybe you just need to clarify that for me, Councillor Demota. We have a program that allows businesses to pay the cost of a stall if they're doing new construction and are unable to accommodate the required parking on their site. Is that the program that you're talking about? So if that's the case, then no, I don't believe this would have an impact. These are all on-street stalls that wouldn't be impacted by that program.
Thank you. It was a question that came up and I didn't have an answer to it, but I remember it was discussed briefly and I just wanted to get a point of clarity on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you. Just a question for administration. We have a maximum size of 3 stalls adjacent to the building the business is located in. By virtue of the fact, the way this has been presented, that the 3 stalls normally are measured in front of the building. That's typically how this would be done, correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, yes.
So the question I'm asking is we're being asked to approve a variance for 3 stalls where 1 stall is offset from the middle of the building where the business is in. We're actually doing 2 variances here. I think the way the standard is it should go from one side, start at one end of the building and go to the other end of the building. And what we're doing is we're saying we're going to start in the middle of the building to accommodate a variance that we haven't yet voted on. If that's what I perceive we're doing.
Ms. Ledon?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, I think you're likely aware, we discussed this last week where the Clock Tower Mall is actually 2 separate buildings. So that is why it's considered as being encroaching on the frontage of a different, not just a different business, but a different building. And there are very few locations in town where a business would have more than 3 stalls in front of their business frontage, right? Like this is kind of an exception where I can't really think of another building. There might be a couple on Patricia Street where, so usually the 3 stalls go from property line to property line approximately because that is the only space that is available there versus the site conditions that we're seeing here are a bit different. So I'm not sure if that helps, but so there would be, this building has the likelihood that it could have 3 stalls and they do not need to be matching specifically with the property lines because the building's so big. But again, noting that was a learning for me as well, that the Clock Tower Mall is actually 2 buildings. By looking at it, you wouldn't really be able to tell, but that is the case.
Mr. Given?
Your Worship, another factor I think that's worth considering, the application and really our program are built on the size of a stall, and there's reasons for that over as we sort of evolved this over the last while. Council will notice that as line painting has been going on, we are discontinuing the painting of cross lines. So we're basically doing the outer line to identify where the parking lane is, but we're not defining individual stalls within that. And so it's a bit of it just is the way it is. In the future, maybe we would think about this about, a payment by frontage, by foot of frontage or something like that. But for right now, the program is based on the size of a standard stall. And it is true that the stalls do not map perfectly to the property lines or the building frontages. And as Director Nadon said, I think in the development of the program, the vast majority of buildings would not have more than 3 standard size stalls in front of them, notwithstanding the fact that we're no longer painting stall lines per se.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor DeWanda.
Well, roughly, thank you, Worship. Roughly, every building there does have 3 stalls kind of fit into their general area. One or stall space. One just happens to have a crosswalk in front of it. And then when you look at the one that Wafflato and North Face are in, and the one that Downstream's in, those buildings all have generally 3 stalls. So the request for the 3rd one from Downstream is more into the other property line. However, I feel that we've had general support from businesses in that building. And I think that it's well within the 3 stalls that I think are allowable. So I'm in favor of moving forward on that one.
The councillors. I hesitate to do this. If I may ask administration, the parking stall that is identified west of the most westerly of the stalls in contention, is that a parking stall or is that a bicycle rack, or will it be a bicycle rack? I mean, there is, I believe, a bicycle rack upstream of the crosswalk that is still on the sidewalk. Last time I was there, typically it shifts down into the parking lane for summertime. And I ask this because I'm thinking again in terms of functionality. If we allow the variance, does it functionally affect the amount of parking available to the community, or is that a lost stall in any event?
Your Worship, I think administration would say we would wait to define the streetscape based on council's decision about the patios. The bicycle racks are movable. They're not affixed, and so they can adjust to whatever council approves. So I don't think administration had taken a position on that at this time. We would work to utilize the space in the most efficient manner possible. If there's a remnant area that is best utilized for a bicycle rack in the park lane, that's what we do. If there was space that could safely be a parking stall, revenue generating parking stall, then we would consider that. And those would be the on the ground considerations that administration would assess after council makes a decision, and so we know what the area that we're working with actually looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Speaking to the motion that picking up on the comments from Councillor Melnick, I'm inclined either to vote against or perhaps suggest a slight amendment to the application that's presently before us. If the downstream patio seating commenced at the easterly edge of the property line, not the building, but the property line, that would almost eliminate the need for any variance to the west. Those 3 stalls would essentially, from the look of it, cover property line to property. And if the most westerly one encroached slightly beyond the property line, I might be inclined to permit that variance because it would be incidental. The problem, as Councillor Melnick has pointed out, that we're assuming a starting point west of the east property line because there are already 2 stalls for North Face and Wafflato that start east of their property line. So in a sense, we're approaching it on the assumption that the downstream starts partway into that building. And so I really do appreciate that 3 businesses have come together, but it presents a difficulty that I think it should be allowed the space it takes to get from one corner of the property line to the other corner of the property line. And maybe that's 6.5 parking stalls. But I struggle to see why we should go beyond the property line and what the rationale for that is, unless it truly is somewhat incidental. So that's, we are trying to accommodate 7 stalls, but maybe it should be 6 or 6.25 are the ones that can actually fit there. And again, back to Mr. Gibbons' earlier comment, we have said you can have up to 3 stalls, but maybe again the standard is deficient. It should say you may have as much room in the curb lane as there is property frontage. Maybe that would be a more rational rule. Ms. Nadon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just would like to point out that the motion as it is stated from committee, as committee recommended council last week, includes subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners. There are also tenants involved here, and I just feel the need to highlight to council that administration has not seen yet letters from specific owners, not to say that they wouldn't come, but we have not seen those. And as you highlighted, the current request is specific to one business, which there are 2 other businesses that come next in the agenda, one of which extends in front of a tenant in the same building, but given the site plans that are on the agenda package, also extends in front of the next property, which also has building owners and tenants. So I guess the importance of keeping the subject to letters of support, if that's what council desires, but just to point out that we have not seen those letters yet.
Councillor Dumont.
I kind of had my hand half up. I wasn't sure if I wanted to ask the question. I went to go and look on Google Maps, see if there was any photographs, because of what you were indicating of the bicycle parking there and stuff. And from what's aerial photography at the time, looks like it was during or maybe the second year of COVID restrictions. Anyway, it seems to me from an aerial point of view that everything kind of lines up to the east side almost perfectly, but then it looks like that the request of use was already used there, and I know that there's members of the community here that represent those businesses. It doesn't look a lot different than what they're asking for.
Thank you. Other debate? Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Mayor. And as indicated last week by the applicants, that the retail stores within the clock tower really like the idea of the patios going in front of their retail stores. Because if you go down like to the third stall there, to the west, that goes right in front of one of the retail stores and the drive business to the retail stores. And I think that's important. I think if the other stores within the clock tower and they want to give the letters of support, I think, you know, we're also helping those businesses by supporting this applicant. Also, if you look at Downstream, part of there to the east or to the west, east west, like they're in Wafflato. Part of their parking stall is also theirs because the door to Downstream. So really, they don't have a lot of frontage on front of Downstream. They're in both areas. I'm inclined to support the motion of Councillor Wilson.
I see no other hands for debate, but before I call the question, I would like some clarity. And I'm sorry to bring this in so late, but the motion is for an extension beyond the building frontage to the west. But unending is the nature of the motion. It just, I take it that you have something in mind, which is probably a map which is attached as page 25 to page 25 of our 51-page agenda. But I just want some certainty, because if we simply say to either the applicant or to administration that it can extend to the west without putting some limit, I don't think we've added any helpful clarity at all.
I think where we're protected there is that the applicant can't have more than 3 stalls, as suggested in the document, but we can see to exceed no more than the additional stall applied for in the application attached.
All right, if we have your understanding, is there any further debate? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I agree with Councillor MP about just this vibrant vibe it's created down there with this outdoor seating. And I know when we have a resident here today that owns where the businesses, and I think we would get letters of support, but if that's part of the motion, that would be, I would like to see that for sure. But I don't think anybody would have anything against it because it has created this really cool, vibrant vibe.
Councillor Wilson, do you wish to close? Right, I will call the question, and that is that council approved an extension beyond the building frontage to the west, a maximum of 3 stalls, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners on the basis that the property to the west is functionally part of the same facility. All those in favor? Opposed? That matter is carried.
One opposed.
Two opposed, but it's carried.
I'm sorry.
All right, that takes us to agenda item 6.2. A similar request in respect to Wafflato, which might proceed a little more expeditiously. Councillor Wilson.
So I'll make the first motion that council approve the following variance for the Wafflato sidewalk seating application, and that's the encroachment to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk on the basis that the encroachment is incidental in nature and does not constitute a utilization of both parking lane and sidewalk, as well that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wilson. Again, is there any request to divide the motion?
No, we did.
Oh, I usually did the motion. So just the encroachment. Debate? There's no debate. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There are 2 opposed. That is carried. Have a further motion?
Okay, yeah. Other councillors, feel free to jump in here. But I would make the motion that council approve the following variance for the Wafflato sidewalk seating. And that's the extension beyond the building frontage to the west, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners. On the basis that their parking is shared with the adjacent building. If I speak to the motion, looking at the applications submitted here, I feel Wafflato has more business front or more streets frontage than the Downstream does. Downstream's allowed 3 stalls. I would hope that if there's no dispute from other tenants of the building or neighbors, that Wafflato would be granted the same 3 if they wanted to apply for 3, but as the current application is in front of us is 2. And I think that just add to the vibrancy and the success of the businesses in that community.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any debate? Again, my challenge is that there is no connection to the property line, and so the 3 stalls. So 1 business in 1 building gets 3, but that doesn't mean that every business gets 3. So there are now 4 stalls committed to, or at least on the proposal, committed to 2 businesses for frontage that equals about 3, with spillage on both sides. And that, I fear, may set a precedent moving forward that will bind us, and it concerns me. Nevertheless, I understand the application. Any other debates? Councillor Melnick, I am looking at you, but I won't call on you unnecessarily, but I know I've missed you from time to time. Oh, I miss you all the time. All right, if there is no further debates, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There are 2 opposed. That is carried. That takes us to agenda item 6.3, the variance request with respect to Bearcat Pizza.
See, he's so quick with his hand. It's like.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, well, we'll be here forever if not. So I would make the motion that council approve the following variances for the Bearcat Pizza sidewalk seating. And that's the encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters on the sidewalk on the basis that the encroachment is incidental in nature, does not constitute a utilization of both the parking lane and the sidewalk. But also a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lot shall be maintained.
Any further debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? There are 2 opposed. That is carried. You have a run going now on the street.
I would make a motion that council approve the following variance for Bearcat Pizza sidewalk seating application, and that's the extension beyond the building frontage to the east, subject to letters of support from adjacent business owners on the basis that the extension to the east functionally is functionally a part of the same business. I would like to ensure that there are letters of support, and if I think the businesses, if they're, so I'm not sure actually off the top of my head what those businesses next door to edge control, but if edge control is in support of, and as well as the adjacent building, then I see no reason not to approve 2 stalls for Bearcat Pizza.
Do the Bearcat.
Unless I see otherwise, I will assume no further debate. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? There are 2 opposed. That is carried. That takes us through the applications that were presented in one fashion yesterday, and it takes us to agenda item 6.4, which is similar application that was not received in quite the same fashion. So administration has had a different opportunity to address this matter. So again, Mr. Given, I would invite you if you wish, but don't feel compelled to present anything from administration with respect to the application currently before us from Cassio's Restaurant.
Sure, thanks, Your Worship. I will speak to this one. Administration really at the last meeting just received the information and hadn't had an opportunity to think about it, unlike the previous application that council just dealt with that was received ahead of the agenda publishing deadline and everything else. So administration does have a recommendation here, and it is that council deny the request for a variance for the Cassio's Italian restaurant sidewalk seating application to exceed the 107 centimeter maximum height requirement on the following basis. First, the installation would be out of compliance with the height section of the sidewalk seating program standards, and that an installation within the program standards as approved by council is possible at this location. So the program standards are clear that there's a maximum height for installations that on the public property. That is well defined, and administration doesn't see any reasons why this variance is required. Administration would suggest that a variance that was, in the area of a few inches or a couple centimeters due to variations in construction, it would be an appropriate type of variance. This is significantly different and explicitly different than what the approved standard is. Again, administration won't belabor it. You do have our documentation in the agenda package that was published. My suggestion, Your Worship, I know that the applicant did speak at the last meeting, that they didn't have the benefit of hearing administration's position. I think it would be fair to ensure that each applicant has an opportunity to speak to what administration's recommendation is. I know that previous applications had that opportunity at last meeting. And if council sees fit, then administration will rest its case with our documentation that was in the package in this presentation. And it's up to council if you wish to hear any other positions. My suggestion would be that you should hear from persons in favor of the application, then create an opportunity for anybody that might be opposed before closing and moving into deliberations.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. Is there any objection from anyone on council to pursue in the fashion suggested? That is, I will invite any members of the gallery who wish to speak in favor of the application to speak. I would then invite any members of the gallery interested in speaking against the application. And then I would invite a motion from council and debate. Sorry, Councillor. Connaught?
I have some questions on the background before we go to that. Is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. Through you, sir, Your Worship, to administration, particularly Mr. Given. I would like to know exactly, and for the viewers, how exactly did we get to this, and how was it operating to this point? And when other applicants made their fencing around their sidewalk seating, were they held to the same standards, or was there a standard at the time? If I can get some clarity on that, thank you.
Your Worship, to Councillor Demota's question. So as council and the community are likely aware, it really has been an evolution in terms of sidewalk seating. It was a temporary measure established during COVID that was formalized through a pilot program the following year. And then last year in 2022, council actually struck a task force to determine longer term standards. That task force met for a number of months before making a recommendation to council, which council reviewed the proposed standard, made some amendments to that proposed standard in a public meeting. And then council forwarded that standard on to Parks Canada to receive a discretionary use permit. So that's about 3 years worth of work summed up in a couple of sentences. There were, through that time, different installations of patios. And at the very first instances, I think there seemed to be a 1 year only, very temporary thing that evolved to the point where in 2021, sorry, for the 2022 season, administration had progressed to offering 3-year permits to provide businesses with more certainty. And so there are businesses that receive 3-year permits that are not currently required to meet the 2023 standard because they're still operating under their own approval. Once their permit expires, they would be required to come into compliance with the new standards. My understanding of this application is that and I'll just look over my shoulder to Director Nadon, this applicant never applied for nor received a 3-year permit. They were always working on a year-to-year basis. And so that's why they cannot be grandfathered to the old, under the old standard as some other businesses are. So there are some installations that council and the community will see that are operating under the old standard, and that is as a result of them having previously received a 3-year permit.
Thank you for that. Did you have something further?
Yes, and I wanted to know within those standards, because I'm having trouble just understanding what the difference is between the railings for sidewalk seating partitions and perimeter fencing that was kind of the guidelines for the on-street seating. So is there a clarification on a difference between the two, I guess?
Your worship, I think the most relevant and helpful thing here would be on page 21 of your agenda package, 21 of the PDF. You can see the commercial use of public space standard, the sidewalk seating program. Here it describes the different issues and what the approved standard is. And this is what matches our discretionary use permit application that went to Parks Canada and received a 5-year approval. And so these are the terms there. And you can see that height speaks to the maximum height of 107 centimeters there. And that's the standard that administration is applying in our recommendation that this not be this request to vary and have a larger height not being accepted.
Thank you. Just before I turn to councillors, unless you have questions for administration.
Yeah, and it was regarding the height.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I think the document may not have captured everything that, may not have captured everything. The height, minimum 91, maximum 107 centimeters, either 36 inches and 42 inches. They were discussed regarding railing. There was discussion at the previous meeting about height of umbrellas. Height of umbrellas wasn't discussed at the task force. It wasn't part of the application. Well, it may have been a part of the application to Parks, but it wasn't discussed. Height of things within the patio was not discussed. What those heights are the railing of the installation. Looking at this particular application, I guess I don't want to go too far, but I see that it looks as if that is perimeter fencing, and that perimeter fencing is higher. If they were partitions within that perimeter fencing, I don't think that what the requirements are captures that, because it doesn't capture what height the umbrellas could be, what height the back of the chairs could be, what height, you know, the planters could be, planters first not gonna be too high, but anyway, it doesn't capture all, and we didn't speak of furniture, we didn't speak of anything within that patio, so it may have been missed, but I think that if we're talking about height, that height is not partitions, that height is not umbrellas, that height is directed at the perimeter railing. And administration, Mr. Gimm, you were there, and that was those 36 inches and 42 inches. Mr. Councillor Connaught, you were there, and that's what those heights are.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Keller.
Thank you.
Just to remind council, I am still looking for some consent to turn to members of the gallery, but we will proceed with councillors.
Just to clarify, Councillor Wilson, so your understanding it's the perimeter of the walk around. So if you're going through the walkway, there's a railing on each side. And it's that perimeter that these heights are talking to, not the actual.
That's what, that was the intention, and it may not be, may not have now encapsulated that, but to set certain heights of was really the perimeter of the installation, not anything on the interior.
Thank you for that.
In the absence of any expression of objection, I will turn to any members of the public who wish to speak in favor of the application. Mr. Cassio, we heard from you last week, but you've had no opportunity to respond to anything from administration. So if you want to speak and confine your comments to the extent you can to any response to what we have recently heard from administration, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question that we're led to believe that in all of the discussion of the task force, that all of the discussions were on height were geared towards the fencing and not the patios. And that figure of 107 centimeters was settled for that. And I'm just wondering whether that's true or not. And then my second part of that question is, if that's the case, then where did the 107 centimeters come for the patios inside, for the eating areas?
I think in fairness, the numbers came from the task force, and administration is attempting to comply with not only the standards that council approved, but the discretionary use permit issued by Parks Canada, which cites those two numbers, minimum 91, maximum 107, and where they came from precisely or what they're intended to do is not something that administration is expected to delve into. Those are the standards that were approved, but you're in the right place now.
With all due respect, Your Worship, but we have to live with it, and it costs us money to do what they're asking us to do. We after the last meeting, we were presented with two options. One was that we would put the patio in place and remove all of the plexiglass barriers. The plexiglass barriers were put on our patio development for particular reasons. One, for protecting our customers, and that was the original height was 12 inches, which would have brought, what it was 36, it would have brought it to 48 inches. And then as time went on, excuse me, as time went on, and we realized that the amount of wind and dust that we get down Connaught, if you're having a plate of pasta, it's not all grit inside. It's not the pepper you're putting in your pasta. The sand is blowing in it. So the extensions were put on. removing all of that really defeats the whole purpose of the patio. We decided not to accept proposal 1 and to go to proposal 2, which was to request the variance. And that's why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Cassio. We understand that. Is there anybody else in the gallery that would like to speak in favor of the application? Mr. Correspondence?
Hello, your worship and the council. Thanks for hearing us today. Yeah, I would like to speak in favor of Mr. Cassio's application for variance. And not for any personal favor to him, but actually much in regard to the same applications that we put in and other businesses will undoubtedly put in. I think that unless there's a safety reason not to put it, to have certain variances and with all due consideration for some of these aesthetic measures, I think that council would do well to consider some variables that are not displeasurable. I don't see any dysfunction in Mr. Cassio's patio, the way it was built. I think it looks great. I know that we want some uniformity, but at the same time, we can't make everything fit into the same box, and we can't make every patio look exactly the same. As well, we shouldn't. We need to allow some variation for the natural and good progress of these patios, so that we can get to an end result that is the best result for our town. And that's it. So speaking to any variance that comes upon you in the future, I hope to speak to this one and to those by saying, please consider the benefits over the negatives, because that undoubtedly is what we're here to do. We're here to improve these situations and improve these rules for the benefit of everyone. And if it doesn't harm anyone, I think you should consider it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Correspondence. Does anyone else in the gallery wish to speak in support of the application? And is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak opposed to the application? All right, council. Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion to support this. But reading part of what's constructed here for the recommendation to deny, to go forward with accepting the application to exceed 107 centimeters, that would mean that I'd have to admit that that applies to the interior. And I don't think that was the intention, or for the sidewalk seating, as Councillor Wilson had described. But if those are the regulations that administration is going to apply the rule to, then I would like to move that council approve the request for a variance for the Cassio's Italian Restaurant sidewalk seating application to exceed the 107 centimeter maximum height requirement to the present heights requested of 129 centimeters and 152.4 centimeters.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Sure. I think, with the Parks Canada requirements and guidelines, they're suited for certain things. And when you're thinking about boardwalks and visibility, view restrictions, I think that when a restaurant wants to go and put an application for their seating on their sidewalk, it's up to the customer to decide whether they want to sit there or not. So if they feel that their views are obstructed, they might choose to go and sit elsewhere. If they want clear breeze, whether there's sand or dust in it or not, they could choose to sit elsewhere. They find that the plexiglass and what's been developed there, which I think is again, somebody set a nice standard for the community, and I was one of the first ones to go up in that fashion, and I think they did a really good job. So the customer has the right to go and choose to sit there or not, and I don't think the restrictions that we have before us should impede on what a restaurant wants to do in front of their premises. So the customer will decide. If the seats are empty, that means no one wants to go there. So I'm in favor of this, and glad we have the discussion.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Councillor Demota's motion. And I would speak in favor for the following reasons: that the interior fencing, the interior partitions are not necessarily unsightly. They're not distasteful. They are appropriate in the fact that they serve a practical solution to the wind and dust. As we go through this sidewalk seating program, we will also have questions. Councillor Wilson brought up about appropriate furniture heaters that potentially individuals will install will also exceed certain heights. Having a partition that has a plexiglass area with a heater makes that even a more comfortable scenario for a good portion of the year, as well as the aesthetics of plants in the area. So, as we evolve the sidewalk seating program, I don't view this variance as a negative. I view it more as an enhancement, as how we can produce something that's practical for our restaurateurs to consider over the course of the 5.5 months that they're able to operate, of which some months, although not today necessarily in Jasper, being so warm, but a lot of the days we do have cooler days, and the addition of a plexiglass barrier with a heater within the area would certainly make that a much more usable space for a longer period of time. So due to the fact that, like I say, it's not unsightly, it's practical, I would suggest that I would be in favor of that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Wilson?
I just want to confirm that there's pictures handed out earlier at the but the application that we're looking at has like fence, tarp, or privacy fencing. I'm assuming that's not to be installed, because that doesn't. I think there was another fence design submitted last week that just had the regular fencing, but this doesn't have like construction fencing on it, or black, I don't know, mesh fencing, which it again doesn't meet the suggestions, I guess, so we ask for suggestions. Does it?
Your Worship, Director Non's just informing me that the municipality hasn't actually received a complete application showing all of the details. So we've received the documentation that we saw last week, and we've received these photos, but we don't have a full and complete application at this time. So it prevents us from really being able to provide full comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Okay, so really just the motion is height at this point, and has to fall in with all the other requirements that the application doesn't show yet.
The councillors wish to debate the motion, speak to the motion. Well, I will say I'm inclined to support the motion on the basis that I have some question about whether the height really was intended for this purpose, although it's hard to deconstruct what was intended. But when I look at the photographs in particular, it seems to me that from a health perspective, particularly that interior screening between tables is exactly the sort of thing that Alberta Health was encouraging operators to do. And even though we may think we are beyond COVID days, there probably is a good health reason to have a screen between tables to some extent, and potentially also between members of the public walking on the boardwalk and people sitting and dining. And I couple that with my own experience, which may not be particularly relevant in these deliberations, but this restaurant provides a somewhat different style of dining experience than picnic tables and board seats. And so a degree of privacy is a functional consideration for the business. I think it's a health consideration. And I think it probably adds to the dining experience for guests. And so for all those reasons, it does seem functional. The fact that it is plexiglass to me makes a significant difference. If that was something solid that light would not penetrate and couldn't see through, it might be a visual obstruction that would be untenable. But in these circumstances, to me, it is not visually offensive. I think that it serves to some extent a health purpose, and I think it is functional. I'm challenged at all to say that this would not be appropriate, and I'm guided as well by the fact that if we say no installation can be over that height, then that would include, I presume, the umbrellas which stand taller and the heaters which stand taller. So at some point, we are going to have to say that 107 doesn't really mean 107. It depends what we're talking about. And so in this case, I would, and for those reasons, I would favor the variance. That is not to say that I will make the same determination if it was sheets of plywood. Any further debate? Councillor Melnick, again, I may have missed your hand, so if I did, no, shaking me off. All right, then I will call the question.
Not that I like
I'm
to
sorry.
close or anything,
Oh, I'm sorry.
just because others were offered those. Sometimes I don't. get benefits. Maybe people are tired of listening to me talk too. You know, I really liked what Mr. Corrigonis said in support, and for all those things, I think it's great for the community as a whole. And when we are making these decisions, we're not just thinking about businesses, and same with the other ones before us today. So I think it does add to the ambience, and everything that you spoke to as well, your worship, are valid and support this entirely. So I think it's a good one, and I think it's good to go forward with. Thank you.
If there is no further debate, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. I think,
Thank you, the council.
thank you for engaging, council. We're happy when the community does that. It's an open and transparent process, and we're very happy to sit here for the time that it takes. And it took 2.5 hours a week ago and another couple of hours today, but it is done in a public forum where members of the public can come and watch, and those watching either live on our streaming program or who wish to watch later, they can at least see their council and its decision-making process in action. And it's important that members of the public engage us and provide that opportunity to see how decisions can be made at the local government level. So thank you for that. I think that takes us through that portion of the agenda, and perhaps this would be an appropriate time to call a brief adjournment, and we will recommence in 9 minutes at 3:25 with agenda item 6.5. Until then, we will stand in recess.
Take off the
Batteries. Hey, welcome back. It is 3:25. I will call us back to session. We are at agenda item 6.5. Utilities borrowing and local improvement levy amending bylaw, which is here for third reading, having received consent from Parks Canada on May 4th. Might I have a motion from Councillor for third reading? Thank you, Councillor Keller-Harampi. I have a motion that Council give third reading to bylaw number 252, the Connaught Utilities Borrowing and Local Improvement Levy amending bylaw. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And that takes us to agenda item 6.6, the 2023 taxation rates bylaw. Again, here for third reading, having had 2 readings previously and received certification from Parks Canada. Do I have a motion from a councillor for third reading of bylaw number 253? Councillor Hall, thank you. That is a motion that council give third reading to bylaw number 253, the 2023 taxation rates bylaw. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That takes us to agenda item 6.7, appointments to the Regional Assessment Review Board. There are a number of recommendations coming forward to council from Committee of the Whole. Is anybody prepared to commence? Councillor Waxer, Deputy Mayor Waxer, I should say. Thank you.
That council appoints Michelle Duchesne Jasper as the designated clerk of the Regional Assessment Review Board for West Yellowhead for a 1-year term starting June 1st, 2023.
Is there any debate on that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Wish to continue, Councillor Waxer?
Certainly. Deputy Mayor. The council appoints Peter Beamish as the designated chair for the Regional Assessment Review Board for West Yellowhead for a 1-year term starting June 1, 2023, with a designated chair's remuneration expenses to follow the town of Hinton's remuneration policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. If you wish to carry on, Deputy Mayor.
The council appoints Scott Wilson to the Local Assessment Review Board and the Composite Assessment Review Board established under the West Yellowhead Regional Assessment Review Board for a 3-year term commencing immediately until March 30th, 2026.
Thank you for that motion. Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you for that. That takes us to agenda item 6.8, the Public Transit RFP Award. Again, coming forward from, oh, I'm sorry. I see the hand of Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is actually a hand up due to the agenda item that you are bringing up. The Public Transit RFP Award.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to declare that a potential perceived conflict of interest, and as such will leave the Zoom meeting at this point. not participate in the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. If you will stand by, we can text you when this agenda item has concluded and you can rejoin the meeting if you continue to be available.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keller-Harthy.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I also have to declare a conflict with this topic, and I also would like to be excused.
Thank you for that, Councillor Keller-Harthy. Deputy Mayor Watson.
I'm afraid I also have to declare a potential or perceived conflict of interest, so it will also require to be excused.
All right, thank you all. You are not only excused, but you are required, having declared context to leave. So we will let you know when this agenda item has concluded and you can be invited back to the meeting. Councillor DeMota.
I think I just got a headache. Can I go to?
Thought maybe you were gonna say you just got a job.
That'd be fun.
Latest tour guide.
I liked it so much, I bought the company.
All right, this matter, as I was about to indicate, comes to council with a recommendation from the committee who heard representations last week. Did we not? Oh, no, we didn't. It was on the agenda, but we didn't deal with it because of conflicts and we would have lost quorum. So it is back in front of us, but really in front of us for the first time because we have yet to do anything with it. So in that case, I will turn it to our CAO, Mr. Given, to present the matter, the background, and the recommendation from administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, for those that are watching, this will be a lengthier introduction than we are accustomed to at the council table because this didn't receive the same introduction at the committee of the whole meeting last week. So administration is bringing forward a recommendation to council. The council award the RFP for the Jasper Public Transportation or Transit System to PW Transit Canada, and the council amend the 2023 operational budget to include an additional $514,000 for public transit operation to be funded as follows: $50,000 from external contributions, Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, $17,000 from fare revenue, $197,000 from the Public Transportation and Parking Reserve, and $250,000 from the 2022 year-end surplus. Your Worship, I'll go in and cover a bit of the background on how we arrived here, and then I will discuss the RFP and the recommended proponent, as well as some of the revenue projections that are included in the administration's recommendation. So as council and the community are likely well aware, a number of key planning documents for the municipality reference that the community should explore public transportation alternatives, including the 2011 Jasper Community Sustainability Plan and the 2018 Transportation Master Plan. In the fall of 2021, administration secured a planning grant under the Federal Rural Transit Solutions Fund to conduct a planning study around public transportation. And that study occurred in the latter half of 2022 and was presented to council in February of 2023 as the Public Transportation Strategy and Action Plan. So council has received that and it was a matter of public record. The plan identified the next steps as establishing a fixed route bus service that would support the needs of both visitors and locals, including the specific needs for student transportation. Concurrently, with the receipt of that plan by council, administration submitted a federal capital grant seeking up to $5 million for electric buses, e-bikes, and associated charging infrastructure and facilities. The outcome of that federal grant application isn't yet known, and administration doesn't have any insight into when we may know. In the meantime, administration issued a public request for proposals to the Alberta Purchasing Connection in March of 2023. And that public request for proposals closed on April 14th. At the submission deadline, 2 valid proposals were received. The administration followed up with each proponent to ask some clarifying questions on their submissions. As noted, administration has been working in close contact, first with Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, as well as all other private sector entities that have some relationship, both through the planning study and following the adoption of that study by council. Grand Yellowhead in particular noted that new provincial funding guidelines for student transportation have actually increased the number of students in Jasper who will qualify for public transportation from the school board. It has now increased to approximately 100 students from kindergarten through grade 12 that will be eligible for public transportation. So that's a change since the strategy was presented to council. Previously, it was approximately 36 students who resided at Jasper Park Lodge would have been the only ones that would have been qualified for public transportation. This school division has identified that they do have funds to be able to support the service. And we can talk a little bit more in detail, and I can answer any questions about that, but you'll see that those monies reflected in our funding recommendation. The RFP that was issued requested proponents to supply proposals meeting the exact same service standard that was presented to council in February, that was derived through consultation with local stakeholders. That service standard estimated approximately 3,700 service hours per year, with them split between a smaller number in winter and a larger number in summer, of course, corresponding with our higher tourism seasons. The RFP sought a 3-year agreement and requested pricing submissions to show the total cost of operation, including the provision of driver, fuel, fleet, maintenance, and storage. Council does have some latitude in terms of the RFP. The highest rated, lowest price, or any of the proposals do not necessarily have to be accepted by the municipality. And really, we're looking for the submission that most meets the intent and needs of the community. The 2 submissions that were received were evaluated on 4 different criteria. They're related to project experience, the proposal of the service that they put forward, their fleet, and then finally the budget. And in the final scoring, you can see in the RFD that's in front of council, PW Transit scored the highest with the overall score of 90. In terms of PWT Transit, they are a subsidiary of the largest privately held bus company in Canada. They provide a wide range of custom paratransit, on-demand, and conventional bus services to municipalities and transit agencies across the country. Notable examples of communities where they are currently operating public transit systems include the cities of St. Albert, Leduc, Airdrie, Prince George, and also notably, since 1993, they have operated the transit system in British Columbia's Sea to Sky region, which includes the communities of Whistler, Squamish, and Pemberton. They are a large organization that with substantial experience that really indicates and came through in their proposal that they have robust policies, procedures, recruitment, retention strategies, training programs, and maintenance programs that will be a benefit to Jasper and our eventual transit users. The PWT submission proposed an operation that would consist of 3 local staff, 1 being a supervisor, customer service agent, and 2 drivers. The supervisor would also be able to fill in shifts as a driver as well to make sure that they had full coverage. They have partnered with a local third party to manage their requirement for fleet maintenance and storage. So that is a follow-up question that administration had for them, and they could confirm that they have secured space to do that, which is obviously always a consideration for Jasper. The PWT proposal also includes the provision of a customer-facing transit app included in the cost. This app provides public access to real-time bus tracking, as well as, of course, route and schedule information, as well as transit alerts. At a practical level, the app allows riders to select their stop and receive text alerts when the bus is approaching. So for those people that are waiting for the bus, they'll be able to see when it's a few minutes away, for example. The app also provides in-vehicle cues to drivers to help them manage their on-time departures and conformance with the schedule. And it provides significant data that will be useful to the municipalities, the transit agency, including stop-by-stop passenger counting of who gets on, the volumes that get on and off, which will allow us to identify hotspots and priority areas in the transit system. And it also supplies a data feed that can be used to support other common apps such as Google or Apple Maps, which offer transit planning for users. Overall, administration believes that the submission from PW Transit Canada is detailed and demonstrates solid policy and practice, as well as an extensive portfolio of current transit system operation in a wide variety of environments, including communities comparable to Jasper, such as Whistler. The administration is confident that PW Transit Canada can meet the service expectations of the municipality, and that is why we're making the recommendation that the RFP should be awarded to PW Transit Canada. Your worship, maybe I'll pause there before going into the financial aspects and just ask if there are any questions about the RFP process or about the submission from PW Transit Canada before we speak to the funding structure.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I love the idea of public transit. I'm a fan. I think the goals are, less vehicle use, getting people outside our town boundaries, getting our kids to school. I wonder what, I can't figure out, or I just don't know what the route would be. What would the route be in town? I'd be more inclined to consider the cost if I knew it was constantly between Cavell and Stone Mountain and just getting, the idea of less cars.
So the RFP was based on exactly the routes that were shown in the council approved strategy, which at a high level included if we start at JPL, from JPL to the lakes into Jasper, starting at the northeast end, continuing on into the school, a bit of a loop in town to make that work, as well as routes that would go up to Pyramid Lake resorts and out to Wafflato and Whistler's campgrounds. So if you think of it, think of the town site as the hub, the routes would have spokes that would go up to Pyramid Lake, out to JPL and Edith Net, and out to the campsites. That's the simplest way. And I will say that is subject to change based on users and where the demand comes from. Actually, it's subject to change on a couple of different factors, users and where the demand comes from. A prime example of that is in the fall, in late 2022, when we're developing that plan, Grand Yellowhead School Division identified their need as the students that were residing out of JPL. And then in the spring of this year, the government of Alberta changed the criteria for who qualifies. So we will obviously have to do some replanning and re-engineering of routes to ensure that all children who qualify for service have acceptable access to it. So the RFP was based on routes that were shown, and those are not the final routes that would be established, because we'll have to take in some of these new considerations.
And is the idea that it's one bus on a constant rotation of that route?
It would likely be two buses on a constant rotation of that. So there's some variability. There would be the timings would be set up so that they would meet the needs, particularly the students, for delivery to the school before school and pick up from the school after school, obviously. But again, the RFP proposal was aligned with the strategy that council received previously, and there were detailed route timings included there. Again, those are not final route timings. Administration would work those out with the operator and funding partners like Grand Yellowhead to determine how we can build a system that meets their needs in the most financially responsible way.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, sorry, I'll jump in there. I could hold my question, but I think you asked that what were questions regarding the RFP process. So I just wanted to I think, speak to some concern that it might have been a rush RFP, so I just wanted to find out, like, I think it was 3 weeks, it was posted for. Is this a standard amount of time that projects like this would be posted for? And if we're not getting enough, interest, are these, they can be extended? You know, I know with hiring process, with staff, with we can repost it and we can get, I think, well, somebody to cast a broader net. I'm just a little concerned that we only got 2 applications, so we're only, get 2 to look at, and we may be picking the best out of 2, but my concern is, are we rushing this? Did we rush the RFP process, or do you feel comfortable that we had enough interest in the proposal?
Your worship, to Councillor Wilson's question, administration is comfortable that it was an appropriate posting timeline, and I'll speak to that for 2 reasons. First, either of the 2 submissions, both quality operators that were fully capable of the service. If we received only 2 submissions and really either one was capable of operating the service, then I would have concerns and suggest to council that we would need to go back. But we didn't receive any qualified submissions. Then I would have some concern. But both of these submissions are capable. There is an evaluation and rating between the 2, and so we have a preferred proponent, but either one is capable of delivering the service. Secondly, the Alberta Purchasing Connection is a publicly available system that does allow administration to view some metrics. So we had 30 views of the package and 30 downloads of the package. I know that I received at least 1 inquiry from another party that chose not to submit. So I don't think it was a lack of exposure. I think the unique context of Jasper meant that it is a challenging environment. And so we saw 2 very different proposals from different types of operators. One that has detailed knowledge of the local marketplace and likely felt comfortable in submission, and one that has, I think, large scale, and that allowed them to be comfortable. Again, I think both are quality submissions, and either one could do the job. And so for those reasons, I am very confident that the RFP process was allowed the municipality to receive the best possible submissions.
Yeah, you just spoke a little bit to it. My follow-up question with that was also in the evaluation categories, I don't really see anything about local knowledge or local challenges and how you're going to address housing or staffing or all the things that we know are very difficult here. Was there any kind of percentage given to those items?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wilson, through Mayor Ireland. So under the purchasing and trade agreements that the municipality is subject to, both provincial and federal, we have some, there are prohibitions against providing favoritism to local operations. That said, administration does have the ability to consider items like to set service standards that demonstrate that a business needs to be able to meet certain things. An example of that is the fleet maintenance and storage. That was an open question when we received a submission from PW Transit. We provided some follow-up questions to them as well as the other proponents to get some more detail on their application. And in the case of PW Transit Canada, they have identified how they're going to meet that local need. So we can't say that you must be a local business, but we can say you must have local maintenance available for your operation. And PW Transit was able to speak to how they were going to satisfy that need. As well, one of the follow-up questions was around housing and workforce recruitment. I mentioned that PW does operate in some challenging environments like Whistler, and they were able to speak to their approach to paying living out supplements to potential employees that would enable them either to live in Hinton and drive in for their shifts, or to be able to use that supplement to stay in Jasper. So they were aware of the tight accommodations in Jasper. Their familiar with operating environments like that, and administration was satisfied that they'd be able to manage that issue.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda.
Thank you, Your Worship. But, just to kind of dovetail what Councillor Wilson was inquiring on, and it's more of a process thing, and not to paint anyone into a corner or to be alluding to anything. I was just wondering that when we go forward with any project, do we only post to the Alberta Purchasing Connection? And is that just like our regular process, or do we sometimes with different projects find different avenues as well to market what we're doing here in the community?
Your Worship, for Councillor Demoda's question, for projects over a certain scale, we would always use Alberta Purchasing Connection. Again, it is a public and transparent process where users from anywhere can find the information. For smaller projects, administration does have the latitude to directly contact and get through posts, so a more informal process. But when we're doing a public process, the past practice has been posting to Alberta Purchasing Connection. I have seen in other areas where, in addition to that, municipalities may make other steps to make their local marketplace more aware. And that's something administration could do, but that hasn't been a practice in the past.
I appreciate that, and I just think that there's always room to grow on this, and it's not that I feel that this is rushed or anything like that. And maybe I know that businesses that are looking to do these types of systems in municipalities would probably regularly be on there, but I don't know if for what we're looking for could be marketed at other levels as well, and not just this, because you never know when you're going to attract somebody. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to get into the administrative process. It's just things that were kind of fielded to me as a councillor, and for things to consider for us collectively. So I just thought I'd mention that. And I do have some opinions on how we should go forward, but other councillors have questions of administration. Moving too fast, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gaylor.
Your Worship, the administration does want to speak to the financial portion of the recommendation as well, but just to close the loop on the procurement process, I have had an opportunity to discuss this recommendation with the Chamber of Commerce, and we've agreed that there may be an opportunity for the municipality and the Chamber to work together to offer a session for local businesses on how to do business with the municipality, about where they can find the information, what legislative requirements the municipalities under, and those sort of things, because as you said, there's always an opportunity to do better, and so we've already discussed that with the Chamber of Commerce. We're looking forward to doing something like that, likely after the busy season closes in the community, where operators and chamber members would have more opportunity to attend the information session.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. I have a couple of questions or comments concerning the RFP process. And I appreciate that you haven't got to the financial aspect yet, and that's kind of part of it. But firstly, I have a concern. Again, it's a policy-based concern. But we have a procurement policy, and I went to that precisely because I was thinking about advertising, not about other things, and where, including the Alberta Purchasing Connection, we might advertise. But in that procurement policy, we have assigning authority matrix, we call it. And we have directed ourselves that for goods and services of $75,000 or greater, which this would be, I think, the procurement process requires a minimum of 3 written quotations or proposals must be received. And so I appreciate that the RFP went out and 30 people looked at it and 2 submitted. But we have a policy that was last reviewed in 2019, which specifically says we must have three. So similar to earlier today, it's our policy. We could, I presume, choose to ignore it. But on the other hand, where does that leave us when we don't have three written quotations or proposals? Go ahead.
Your worship, and I'll just confirm. So certainly, you are correct in what the policy says. Additionally, in the administrative procedures that are attached to the policy, section 3.1 provides, it spells out procurement process exceptions. And it says, in the event that the number of responses received are insufficient to meet the requirements of the policy, the employee initiating the purchase has the discretion to A, extend the deadline for responses, or B, select among the responses received if this is approved by the next highest level of management. So recognizing that as the CAO, there's not a next higher level of management. And again, recognizing that the submissions received were quality submissions, either of which would have been capable of providing the service. I'm comfortable that that this is within the administrative procedures that are attached to the policy.
Thank you for that. Also, generally with respect to the RFP process, the scoring was out of 100. The winning proponent received a score of 90, which seems to me to be phenomenally high. That's a good score. The second place applicant was 75, which is a good score, but there are things that I understood were part of our request, and I didn't read the actual request for proposals with any detail. But I would have thought that the proponent who won, so to speak, would have lost more points for some items that I don't see there, but maybe they are there. And in particular, when we approved this to go forward in February, we were talking about 10 to 20 passenger buses. And now I think we have 240 person buses. And when that's coupled with what is admittedly by your estimated conservative estimate of ridership, it's still, it doesn't make much of, it doesn't connect exactly. So we've got a proposal now for much larger buses, which are not zero emission buses, which again was part of our understanding when the RFP was to be promulgated. And there is nothing about, at least nothing that I can see, about accessibility. So are these buses accessible to other people? Or would they be accessible to people even with bicycles, for example? And so given that we have no information, I'm just wondering how a score could be 90 and not something less than 90. It's such a high score, and yet without even touching on the financial aspects, which I can speak to after you present those. I'm just surprised by the scoring process that gave such high marks when those, to me, rather critical items haven't been addressed.
Your worship, I'll speak to the fleet side in particular. Both of the submissions identified that it would not be possible to have zero emission vehicles on the timelines required. And so while that was expressed as a preference, both of the submissions said that is not likely possible within the timelines the municipality requires. They both expressed an interest and an openness to procuring fleet that would meet the municipality's accessibility requirements, but they identified that there may be some time needed to be able to do so. The PW Transit submission first identified smaller 20 passenger 14 to 16 passenger buses or transit vans, essentially, or community buses, I guess they were called in our initial strategy, that would be wheelchair accessible. And so they did specify that. That same level of specificity wasn't delivered in the other proposal. So neither of the two submissions received full marks in the fleet category. Because of the fact that neither one of them could meet the zero emission vehicles. The PW Transit submission did specify wheelchair accessible vehicles. And so they received slightly higher points in that category than the other submission, which didn't speak to wheelchair accessibility at all. Does that answer that question? You said you had further questions from other areas.
Just one further one that answered, I think, all of the ones that I had that I mentioned. The other one is again similar to Councillor Wilson's question about local resources, particularly the storage and maintenance of the fleet you've indicated would be contracted out. I know there was some wording in the RFP that seemed to suggest that building ownership for fleet storage for the length of term of the contract was preferable. And so I wonder whether there has been an indication that there are solid contracts for the length of the term, because it will be critical. And I can accept that they may contract out the maintenance, but I'd like to know from the start that that is a solid contract, and in the middle of their contract with us, they're not going to lose a storage contract with somebody else or a maintenance contract with somebody else.
Yeah, Your Worship, that's the type of term that we would write into any operational contract between the municipality and operator. So, you know, there are a number of specific terms that we would want to write into an operational agreement, particularly over a number of years. And so that is not defined at this stage. That would be a specific contract term that administration would write in if and when council awarded the service.
Thank you for that. And I think, well, I can still remember what I had in mind. I will ask one further question, and it relates more to the submission than the RFP process. But as I understand in your response to Councillor Hall, users of the service can sort of call it up on their phone. They'll know when the bus is coming. Is that type of internet-based service available at all stops? And I appreciate that a number of different people will be attempting to use this service, and we had trouble last year. I know with foreign visitors who didn't have data cards or something and couldn't deal with paid parking, where we wind up with a similar issue with respect to people trying to use the bus.
Your Worship, to be clear, this is a value added and not a prerequisite to using the service. If you stand near a sign that says bus stop and bus pulls up, you can get on it. You do not need a cell phone or any data plan to be able to access it. It is a value add that provides an additional benefit for users.
Thank you. Councillor Hall and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I have mixed feelings about partnering with Grand Yellowhead of the school division, and with the goal of less cars on the road. I think it's a neat idea that students can get on the bus and their parents can get on the bus with them and go to work and go to school, and that's less cars on the road. But I know there's a lot of rules around transporting children to schools, and would our Jasper's children not have the benefit of those rules? Like buses are yellow, I'm sure for a reason. Those stop signs that come out when buses are stopped. Does this happen anywhere else? Like, is there partnerships? What does Banff do? Like, just out of curiosity, if you know.
For Councillor Hall, I don't know what Banff does. I don't know whether they are integrated there, but I can speak to my previous experience where the municipality public transportation system entered into an arrangement with the public school division, where youth in the school division, essentially their bus pass was a city bus pass. So we would not be the only place doing this. I think it is actually relatively common. And recognizing that PW Transit operates in many different communities. use both municipal systems as well as I believe some for school divisions. I'm very comfortable, and again, their extensive submission outlining their policies and procedures gives me a great deal of confidence that all of those not just legislative requirements, but good practice requirements will be met.
Thanks, Philip, really quickly. Just a follow-up question, is partnering with Grandiola had the reason we need bigger buses if we have to transport more children? I mean, this is into the financial, but would that money be enough?
So the partnering with Grandiola is a part of the reason why we would have larger buses. I think administratively, frankly, I would prefer to start small and go larger. But we did hear from industry during the consultation that the idea of 16 passenger buses probably, there's a risk that it wouldn't meet demand in our peak summer periods. And so I think that on the whole, the larger buses will probably be better suited to our wintertime school routes as well as our summertime peaks.
Is it okay to ask one question? I do one more question. If we don't partner with Grandiola Head, what will happen? Will they have it'll be on them to provide buses for their students? Or you might not know.
Yeah, Your Worship, for Deputy Mayor Hall, two different things I guess would happen. Grandiola Head would have to figure out how they're going to transport their students. And because they have an obligation as a school division to do that, the government developer sets that for them. And they would have to figure out how to do that. The other implication of not partnering with Grandiola Head would be the municipality would be foregoing approximately $100,000 of revenue into the service. And we lose the opportunity to, create greater opportunities for social inclusion by ensuring that, people have that opportunity, as you said, parents and children traveling together on the same bus rather than one bus for the parent that needs to go to work and one bus for the child that needs to go to school. Because I don't believe parents are allowed to accompany their children on school buses. So, that social inclusion aspect, as well as the revenue aspect for the municipality, really, I think, recommends the partnership.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
And you can kind of push this off until financial if it actually ends up there, but it was more along the lines of with the 3-year proposal or 3-year contract or agreement, how does administration see integrating the $5 million grant into the operations, right? So are we kind of like handcuffing ourselves into 3 years with this company, and then but maybe zero emission buses, or we maybe have those ready in a year or 2 years from now? How does that kind of come into play?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. So the 3-year agreement is intended. So the municipality doesn't have a timeline on whether or not when we might receive word on the federal grant application. But if we make some educated assumptions, educated guesses, it likely wouldn't be any earlier than this summer. Our application is around, as I said before, zero emission transit buses. My understanding is that the lead time for those is at least 18 months, if not closer to 24 months. And our submission considered and proposed the construction of a facility for zero emission buses to park in. I mean, a bus barn, to be really simple about it. And so there'd be the construction lead time as well. So for those reasons, administration is comfortable that we wouldn't. There is very, very low probability of the municipality receiving our own fleet or within the 3-year timeframe. And going forward, even when the municipality does have its own fleet, it is most likely that we would continue to seek contracted operation of our fleet. So we would own the buses, but we would still likely hire a company to drive our buses for us. Makes sense.
Right, if we are good with the RFP process, if we want to continue with the financial aspect, Mr. Gibbon.
Sure, thanks, Your Worship. So in the RFP, I mentioned that it was based around just over 3,700 service hours per year. And the proposal had, as shown in the report, the first year approximately $563,623. And then the following years had approximately 3% increase each year. And I should note too that both submissions affixed riders or provisions for if fuel prices exceeded a certain amount. The PW Transit submission also proposed an alternative that would allow fuel costs to be simply flow through costs. So stripping that out, that's a detail administration would negotiate with them in the contract arrangement. The 2023 approved operational budget did contain funds for transit operations in the amount of $70,000. Approximately $20,000 of that has been used by administration in consulting services in the development of the study, as well as procurement support in developing the RFP that went out. So we have approximately $50,000 in the budget for transit operation. The Grand Yellowhead School Division estimates, and again, this is only an estimate based on the newly announced provincial guidelines, that they'll have a minimum of approximately $100,000 to support transportation for Jasper students in the 2023-2024 calendar year. So you can see where administration is essentially booking half of that, the 2023 calendar year, and then the other half would be applied in the following year. Just given that they're running on a school account on a school year rather than a calendar year like the municipality is. The other important note, and in contrast with the strategy the council received in February, is that administration is intentionally taking a very conservative approach to revenue generation. You'll see in the recommendation that administration is proposing $17,000 in fare revenue. And we are basing that recommendation on a much smaller number of riders than the transit strategy suggests might be possible. Administration suggests that we could generate 17,000 in revenue based on approximately 7,000 paid users. The strategy had proposed that in 2023, if the service started up in the second quarter of 2023, that we could likely see estimated ridership of 18,000 riders and revenue of $39,000. From administrative perspective, I wanted to ensure that council and the community were not brought a overly rosy recommendation that assumed that everything went completely right. And so the recommendation you're seeing here intentionally lowers the estimated ridership and as a consequence of lowering the estimated ridership and revenue. I think that this represents the worst case scenario in terms of revenue generation and ridership. And that was an intentional choice by administration because we don't want, I would prefer to come to you with the worst case scenario and exceed that performance rather than come to council and the community with a rosy picture and then come to you later on and say that performance didn't meet that standard that we expected. The other items that are that showed up in the strategy that are not accounted for here, strategy identified the possible partner contributions in each year of $158,000 in 2023, and then $214,000 each year after. Again, administration is really only counting $100,000. That's the Grand Yellowhead money. And again, this is a conservative approach because we have not secured any additional partnership revenue. As I referenced in the financial section of the report, in future years, should council approve the startup of the service, administration would seek to offset additional costs through increased rider fares, advertising or sponsorships, or pre-sold passes for the service. None of those things, of course, are possible today. And administration did not want to include speculative income. So the financial recommendation that you see in front of you includes only income that we know that we can receive. And so for those reasons, it does vary from what you saw in the strategy in February. That is intentional by administration to ensure that we're presenting council with advice about conservative financial perspective that we are very confident that we can achieve.
Councillor Wilson.
What percentage of service is outside the municipal boundary?
Your worship, to Councillor Wilson, I say this with a little bit tongue in cheek, 0%. So the broad boundary of the municipality is very large, and 100% of the service will be within the boundaries of the municipality. A significant amount of the service will be outside the boundaries of the town site. And, you know, with the transportation, the routes that would go to Wafflato Whistlers, to Pyramid Lake and to JPL are outside, all outside the town site, although they are within the municipal boundary by definition.
Yeah, but also in the national park. And I guess my, where I was going with that was, have there been discussions with Parks Canada as for contributions from them? Because I think the previous year or like 2 years ago, it was a three-way partnership. Where have they been involved in the conversation, and then why isn't any of that reflected here, I guess?
Yeah, so although I don't have the detail at hand, I don't believe, and subject to being corrected, I don't believe that Parks Canada made a financial contribution to the pilot service that ran in previous years. I think the municipality and potentially Tourism Jasper were the only financial contributors to that service. So I don't know that Parks has previously contributed to transit service in Jasper. The memorandum of understanding that was approved by council between the municipality and Parks included a term that Parks Canada would seek operational funding to support transit service. It did not specify an amount or make a commitment that they would provide, but it would seek. And so I think it would be reasonable for council to request, you know, now that we're starting to understand what the costs are better, I think it would make sense for council to make some kind of request to Parks Canada for support. Additionally, in order for the system to be successful and as efficient as possible, we will need capital support from Parks to make improvements in their jurisdiction. Things like turnarounds for the buses. One of the items that I think all parties agree is going to be necessary in the near term would be better access into Lake Edith and Lake Annette. Larger vehicles getting in there can be very difficult. As we all know, during the summer it can be very congested. And so Parks is going to have to invest some of their own dollars in some of their own properties to enable transit to serve them well. Don't expect that, if I can be blunt, I don't expect that Parks is going to get off the hook on this. For transit to work well, they're going to need to invest money in their own areas. And the MOU said that they would seek funding. I think it would be reasonable for the municipality to request some support for that. And again, I think that is that request is more solid when the municipality can be specific, because we know that we're entering into a contract. We know what those costs are going to be.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Yeah, I wanted to ask about Parks Canada too, because I think it's absolutely in their best interest to have people being no cars if they're outside of our town site. So my question, just the line in financial, you're forecasting 7,000 users, 17,000 will come in. It's 197 from reserve and 250 from surplus, so close to $500,000. Works out to about $61 per user. And I know that public transit is subsidized. Is that about a normal rate of subsidy in other areas? Because I'd rather have full small buses than half full big buses. But again, if it's a matter of the cheap, like Grand Go Ahead, then it just feels like it's a big, almost too big. Or is that a normal amount of subsidy per person in another municipality?
Well, the higher number of people that you can carry, the lower your subsidy is. And so that's where having buses that can essentially maximize the number of passengers that we can carry per hour in the summer and peak times will be beneficial to the overall cost of the operation of the system. Both of the operators noted that the costs actually decrease as you increase the number of service hours, your per hourly rates decreases. So the efficiencies are somewhat different than you might generally expect. And as I said before, in Jasper's market, frankly, our largest number of paying customers are going to be in the summers. And if we can only take 16 people per trip, our operational costs will remain high on a per user basis. If we can fit 40 people in a trip in the summer, I mean, and it's a lot like every other business in Jasper. We know that businesses in Jasper make their money in the summer, and that carries them through the quiet times of the winter. I think that would generally apply to the transit system. And so we would be well served to ensure that we could handle the maximum volume and capacity in summer where we could, quote unquote, make our money. And the partnership with Grand Yellowhead provides us that baseline stability through those quieter times as well.
Councillor Demoto.
Well, I just, don't have a clue how this is gonna roll out, but if there's a baby in bathwater scenario, I'd hate to see children affected. For the sake of getting to and from school, if there's an ability to remove that or still provide that in a different way, I'd like to explore that if council doesn't have the appetite to move forward on this. My question is, I guess, your worship, through you to administration. Do we know, and I'm sorry if I'm getting you repeat this, do we know how other communities such as Hinton and Benson have Grand Yellowhead service in their communities? Is that $100,000 based on proportion to population, or because they have a higher demand, they can actually supply their own vehicles, things like that? Is that a valid question?
Your worship, for Councillor Wood, I can't speak to what arrangements Grand Yellowhead has in other communities, but my understanding of the funding, the province provides a certain dollar amount per student that is eligible for transportation. So in Jasper's case, it's approximately 100 students. And Grand Yellowhead has stated they're comfortable essentially flowing through that per capita funding to the municipality to deliver the service. So I'm sorry, I can't speak to what they do in other communities, but in terms of the likely arrangement between the municipality and Grand Yellowhead, they would essentially be willing to dedicate the funds that they receive from the province for student transportation to the municipality.
Well, I was just curious, because, when it comes down to the requisition for schooling, it isn't always based on how many kids you have in the community. It's kind of more of a regional thing. And I didn't know if the transportation operated the same way. And much like with Evergreens, for an example, it's not the pooling of funding isn't all coming from what is available in specific communities. So I think there might be an opportunity there to have maybe step up a little further if that's a possibility. That's just an idea that I'm throwing out there. And on a different note, if I may, while I have the microphone version, just the last line in the relevant, in the financial, it says in future years, additional portions, like you said, of costs could be offset through ridership fares, advertising, or sponsorship. And then the last line says the public transportation and parking reserve at a 2022 year-end balance of $452,000. Was that just throwing it out there so that there's some money there? And I guess I have another question for that. Well, I think maybe Mr. Gibb would like to answer. If that's okay first, and I'll.
Sure, Councillor. Yeah, no, that final line about the public transportation parking reserve was very intentional. We're recommending that council use a part of the reserve in funding this recommendation. So it's reasonable to show you that the reserve actually had enough money to fund what it is we're recommending you use out of it. So the reserve has that balance of roughly 452,000, and administration is recommending using 197,000 of that reserve to fund the 2023 operation. Additionally, the reserve under the council policy does receive a portion of paid parking revenue. At budget time, council can choose to allot that paid parking revenue however you wish. So you have an opportunity to decide how you recapitalize that reserve and the budget time. But the intention of that line was to show that the reserve does have enough in it to be able to fund the recommendation in front of you.
Well, I guess to follow up on that, is the entire surplus that we have in there from the downtown core paid parking program that has been going on for the last summer?
The entire surplus or the entire balance?
Sorry.
Yeah, the balance in the reserve, no. The council made a allocation to the reserve, and I'm not remembering exactly what it was, but I believe it was about $250,000 that council allocated at budget time to the reserve. And other portions of the reserve come from the historic program where the municipality would take a payment in lieu of parking spaces into the reserve. So the reserve is made up of those two sources. That's why it's the public transportation and parking reserve.
And that's kind of where I got confused earlier when I asked the question, when it came down to the parking stalls earlier for the restaurants. So it's all encompassing now into that same thing. All right, so I guess my comment to council is several times already since we've moved on from approving this year's budget, we've had a lot of discussion about using paid parking money for this and paid parking money for that. I'm a little apprehensive about moving forward, only because I was hoping that when the concept came in, when we were looking for alternative sources of revenue, that we'd be using money like that for offsetting the burden on local taxpayers. This is an add-on, so I'm just concerned that every add-on that we get to help support tourism is going to start feeding more and more off of these paid parking program, and I don't think that that was the original intention. Having said that, that doesn't mean that council can't change their intention and start moving in another direction. I'm not comfortable yet with what we have in front of us to approve the recommendation today. That's just my position so far, if I'm allowed to say that.
Mind if I ask?
Do you want to turn? Yes.
Have you received permission from Hall?
That's good.
Mr. Kevin, I have 4 questions related to finance. Firstly, the smallest item. You have conservatively estimated ridership, I think you said of 7,000 with revenue of 17,000, so about $2.50 per rider. And I think you said the more optimistic view in the strategy was 18,000 riders, so about $45,000. So maybe maximum $30,000 differential. So in the overall scale of things, and that's on an annual basis. And we're looking at $563,000 for the first year. Maybe revenue could fluctuate upwards by 30,000. Okay. You also indicated that the real driver of cost, I thought you said, was service hours. And so the proposal think estimates, as I understand it, 3,710 service hours. 2/3 of those in the summer and 1/3 roughly in the winter. Can you tell us whether the unsuccessful proponent had similar numbers, lower numbers, higher numbers? It just seems to me that if the cost is in the service hours, when we start, we maybe should focus more on service hours and less on winter hours. And I'm just wondering how the other proponent dealt with that issue and how things were scored in that regard.
Your worship, just the only thing that I just would need to clarify, so the service hours that 3,700 running was inclusive of some portion of summer and some portion of winter and the larger portion of summer. So service hours are winter hours.
Right, I get it. So that the background report of the discussion, I think indicates. Well, maybe that was from the strategy and action plan was that many numbers. So not from the proponents. I mean, have the proponents specified what service hours they would provide and when, or did they say, if we meet your expectations, this is what it would cost?
It's the second, your worship. We're the ones that are defining the service. We wouldn't let the contractor define the hours of service for us.
Well, they might say, you know, you're overestimating what we can do for you in the winter. Maybe you should have that, but they didn't. So that's good.
So we defined the standard that we expected them to meet, and both the submissions met that standard and provided a price for it. And I can tell you that the highest evaluated proponent was not the lowest price submission. And that's why we're specific about saying the highest evaluated proponent. So they did not receive the full amount of points available under budget. I can tell you that the difference was less than 10% of the total between the two. So they were very close. So
that leads back to my next question. Quite often when we receive information of this nature for awarding contracts for usually for construction, we are apprised of the relative bid amounts. Here we have not been told what the other bid was. So we're left wondering, was it significantly less or more? And you're saying it was higher, but within 10%?
that's correct.
Okay. So my last question then is, at least for now, my last question
If I
is,
may,
I'm sorry,
may I make a motion to extend the meeting to past hours?
you may.
First time ever.
Yeah. Well, we've only been 3 hours.
Oh my God.
Surely I can budget my.
It felt like mine.
I was going to vote no.
All right. Sorry, 2 questions left. In the strategy that we received in February, my recollection is that the indication was for $158,000 contribution from Grand Yellowhead. Now it appears to be 100,000. So that is a reduction that I would like explained if you can, but then I understood that it might be more anyway because things have changed recently.
Well, yes, the 100,000 is predicted, and I think that that's the minimum number. And the strategy actually includes an amount for potential partner contributions. It was not specific to Grand Yellowhead contribution because there is the potential of other partners choosing to contribute. They could be private sector partners that may choose to support the system. They could be other organizations or entities in the Jasper area. So there was an amount that was listed as potential partner contributions, and that's the 158,000 that you're thinking of, your worship. So Grand Yellowhead's contribution on an annual basis would be the significant portion of that. And that's where I think the administration's note in the funding section towards the end, where we say that additional portions could be offset through advertising for sponsorships. those could also be seen to be partner contributions. That would get us closer to that 158,000 that was in the strategy from February.
All right, thank you for that. And now the last question for this go round. In February again, and this is looking at the strategy, but the numbers that I recall being presented to us were $249,000 for the first year, 305,000 for the second year, down to 247,000 for the third year, for a total of about $800,000. The total cost of the proposal now is $1.74 million. So more than double the amount, as I understood it to be when we looked at this in February. And you confirmed that both of the proposal that you received were 1.74 or greater. So how did this more than double? What did we miss in February that we are now looking at things in the range of, well, for the third year, almost $600,000 annually? When I voted for this in February, I was kind of thinking $250,000 per year, and now it's upwards of 560,000.
Your worship, just a second, I want to do a quick calculation. So, your worship, by my calculation, just reviewing the documentation in the third year, the 2025 year of the strategy, shows, and and this is why I had to do the calculation, because it shows it on a quarterly basis. And we need to be looking at the total costs line. The strategy shows a 2025 total cost of approximately $591,000. So if you look at the total cost line, and your worship, I know that you're like got it out in front of you or have had recently, but in the table that's in the document, there's a line called total costs. As I said, it does make it, it's presented a little bit differently because it is on a quarterly basis, but it shows total cost of approximately $591,000 in 2025. So this is not that far out of line with what those predicted costs were. There may be some, additional costs in there that we have yet to see, but again, that's a couple of years out. So it is broadly in line with the strategy, and in an environment where we've seen, pretty significant inflation. The strategy was developed in late 2022, finalized and brought to council in 2023. Now here we are midway through 2023, and I'm heartened by the fact that the third year is 597 in the submission, and that the proposal showed 591. I think that those are pretty close.
Well, I thank you for that, and I may have misread the submission in February, and now I, in fact, don't have it in front of me. I can't find it, but I did read it recently, and maybe I misread it. So I will withhold that. I think I saw Councillor Hall waiting to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Just want to speak to what Councillor Demoto was talking about earlier, because I also had the question, just need a refresher where the money came from for the reserve. I don't remember deciding as a council to only put it towards the tax envelope, and I actually have no problem using some of that money towards public transit. I think of Councillor Waxer spoke to the money that comes in from paid parking in the fall and just how it belongs to all of us. And I think like public transit is just that public thing. There definitely can be some money that comes in from paid parking, but I don't remember us deciding that it's only going to the tax envelope. I just wanted to speak to that.
That's good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think I was just talking about initial intentions with alternate revenue dollars in general. So, yeah, I didn't really mean anything by that. And sure, like this is something that could offset public transportation for residents, but because there's such tourism base scope on this, that's kind of where I didn't want to lose sight of the money physically going out of the town, right? So I'd like to keep it here for residents. If I think partially, I was more inclined to start on a smaller scale and grow it. You know, just like anything, a small business goes in, not that the municipality is a small business, but I appreciate that we have the study in front of us. But I think there's still a lot to learn out there, where maximum capacities are and where we can, you know, kind of grow and shrink different sections of this so that it becomes a better thing as we go along. I don't know if one as grand right off the bat is the best thing to do. However, you know, we do have an educated proposal in front of us, so it's kind of difficult to really try to get it right. I mean, what we do here is get it right as possible. I'm still a little leery about moving forward for this year. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, I wonder whether you might confirm for me the net municipal contribution that is forecast under the proposal that's before us. Can you just confirm those numbers? And I will tell you why I'm comparing them to not the study, but the request for decision that council received February 14th. And this is where I may have gone astray in comparing what I thought were costs then to what I thought were costs now. At the bottom of page 7 of a very long agenda, by the way, 226 pages in on Valentine's Day of all days. That study said that the study suggests that this level of service could have a net municipal cost of approximately $249,000 in 2023, with an increase to $305,000 in 2024, before declining slightly to $247,000 in 2025. Maybe we have them in 5 hours. And that's where I got the 800,000, and now I compared that to the 563, the 500 and something else, or the 597 to come up with 1.7. So to me, it looked like a significant increase, but you had indicated that your understanding of the material presented in February was significantly higher than those amounts that I just read off.
There's a key word that you said there, so your worship, that's the net cost to the municipality after revenues. The numbers that you're seeing in the year 1, year 2, year 3, and the RFP in front of you today is the cost.
Okay.
Exclusive of revenues.
Thank you for that.
So that's the difference there. So any revenue that the municipality brings in, ridership revenue, sponsorship revenue, Grand Yellowhead revenue, should come off of these numbers. So for example, if, and again, so the year 1 that we're talking about right now, the 563,000, let's take this on an annualized basis and ironing out the weird school year, municipal calendar year. If Grand Yellowhead provides $100,000 of revenue, then the net municipal cost is 463,000, not 563,000. Because the actual cost to the municipality, after we account for revenue from Grand Yellowhead, is that 463,000. And if we also take off potential ridership revenue of 17,000 again, but net cost to the municipality goes down. So that's the difference between net municipal cost versus total cost. So the numbers in the financial section of the report today are total cost. The municipality has a potential of a lower net cost.
is it reasonable to suppose that in any of those years, the revenues are going to be roughly half of the cost? Because that was the supposition that I was working on in February, when it looked like total net cost would be about 800,000 for 3 years. Now I know that total costs for 3 years are going to be 1.74 million. And we reasonably expect that half of that will be achieved through other sources.
I think the answer is yes. The projections in front of you in the staff RFD, again, is intentionally conservative. If I was being optimistic, and that's, that's, I think, really where we're going. Does the Jasper public transportation system have the ability to generate better than expected revenue, particularly in their busy months? I think the answer to that is yes. As we've seen with paid parking, we are a very unusual market in that there's a high demand and a captive audience. And so we have a good potential to generate revenue there. We have in fact, we have a better than average ability to generate revenue when compared to some other municipal transit system that is just serving the general needs of the community. We have customers who arrive in Jasper that are looking to get out and enjoy experiences, and we're going to provide a service that does that for them. So, with small changes in terms of the amount of total ridership, small tweaks to the fare amount, we have the ability to generate significantly more revenue. The other thing that is, again, not shown in the administration's revenue projections here with intention, in order not to count our chickens before they're hatched. I think there is a very good potential that the service that we're providing, where it meets the needs of private businesses, they will have an interest and incentive to support the service, either for their guests, through the purchase of passes for their guests, which is accounted for in the February strategy, or through utilizing it to meet some of their staff transportation needs, which was identified in the strategy as well. Administration is not accounting for that revenue in the forecast that's in front of you. Additionally, we have some ideas about strategic partnerships that generate material revenue. And so for all of those different things that we're not showing here, because again, I don't want to count them before they're hatched. I believe that it is reasonable to assume that we could receive about half of the cost in external revenue.
Councillor Wilson.
I don't doubt you, yet if we offer the service, if we commit to a contract, if we're already offering the service, how do we convince private businesses to invest in something that's already being supplied, serviced by the municipality?
Your worship, to Councillor Wilson's question, that's why I'm not showing you that I'm counting on it to operate the service. Council should know what it will cost to operate the service. And that's what's in the report here.
Yeah.
So, do we have work to do to bring other partners on to support it? Absolutely. Should we wait until we have all of the money in before we start any service? Open question for council. Does this come with some risk? Certainly it does. Is this an educated risk because we've seen the 2021 pilot program? I think it is. We've done our due diligence in terms of working with local businesses and stakeholders to understand their needs, to do what appears to be a pretty good projection of the cost at 591,000 versus 597,000 in year 3. And this is a need that's been long identified in the community. So are those acceptable? Is it an acceptable level of risk given that this is something that has been identified as a need since at least 2011? where we've done our due, administration would suggest we've done our due diligence here to establish a credible plan, and that the recommendation is in front of you is intentionally sandbagging it in terms of revenue. And we're intentionally underplaying how much we think we can generate because we want to show you the worst case. And in spite of all that, administration still recommends that this is an appropriate time to undertake the service.
Yeah, thank you. And I totally agree. Just to follow up with that though, unfortunately, it's in front of us at council right now. If it was in front of us at, yeah, and it was at committee of the whole, I think, I may have put the motion forward to go seek those private investors. Let's find those partners before fully committing to it. And I think they're there, and like they are there. But I feel like we got to get them, their support before we award the contract. And that's what I'm feeling right now. But yeah.
Your worship, I can speak a little bit to that in terms of timing. Following council's adoption of the strategy in February, administration did have a number of meetings with the private sector. One of the challenges that we identified is that it's mid-budget year for them. And so for them to be able to incorporate the service into their offerings, something that they'd have to do through their regular budgeting process, and that's on a calendar year. So, again, is there an opportunity for them to contribute in 2024? I think any would say that yes, there is. And if the municipality doesn't receive support, then we can tailor the service to meet the needs of the users who are contributing. And if that turns out to be the town site and Grand Yellowhead, then we can tailor the service. The award of the, so to be clear, the recommendation isn't that we award $563,000 to PW Transit Canada. The recommendation is the council award the RFP to PW Transit Canada and amend the budget to include amount to be able to fund public transportation. Those are two separate things. The contract that we strike with PW Transit Canada or with any operator would include terms that would allow the municipality to tailor its number of service hours, either by increasing if there's increased demand or new routes that are requested from the community, or a partner that chooses to fund a new route, or by reducing routes and reducing number of hours, I'm sure within some reason. So those are all contract terms. But to be clear, a motion of support today does not commit the municipality of Jasper to paying the recommended proponent that specific amount.
Thank you. And if I may just jump in there, I appreciate that. It offers me a lot of comfort. And I guess the question would be, so we are not locked into a 3-year service that we're fronting all of the money for. Like if we go ahead this year, and if we don't get buy-in from the private sector, and if we realize that, we don't want this all to be a burden on the taxpayer, next year we can be out. Because I'm just concerned about the 3-year.
So the 3-year term is important for any of the submissions because they would likely need to procure buses so for them to invest in fleet to meet that demand, they're going to want to know that they're going to have some time to gain a return on their investment. If you go and buy a vehicle, you're going to want to know that you get to run it for a while. And that was common in both the proposals, that they would both procure the fleet, following. And council can get out of any contract that you wish to get out of. There may be cost associated with that. And those are the types of things that, administration would be looking to negotiate in the municipality's favor. I think it's reasonable to assume that there would be certain overhead and costs that any contractor would want to have covered. And that for the municipality's interest, that we would want to ensure that we had enough flexibility to tailor the service to meet the actual demand that we're seeing in the community in terms of service hours or in contracts. So there would be a balance to be had, that would be in the contract negotiations.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. If we can tailor the service as we're in it, why can't we start small with the partner we have with Brown Yellowhead, keep it in town, and I keep going back to, in my mind, to Parks Canada, because it's again like in their best interest for us to shuttle their people out to the lakes and the attractions, and they're not contributing at all. Like, if we just start in town, like kids for school, that's what I'm concerned. If we don't partner with Grand Yellowhead, they won't have a school bus, and they'll go back to parents struggling how to get their kids in from the lodge to the schools. Could we start with just an in-town route in the school, and as people jump on board because they realize it's a service they need, we expand?
But your worship, I think, to Councillor Hall's question, yes. And a in-town only route would leave the children at JPL, it's not gonna get in. So I think what you mean is a in-town and JPL route. And so if we're going to JPL and we have, and if we're only serving the needs of Grand Yellowhead, is it really a public transportation system? So that would be a choice. So I guess we would be taking, provide the opportunity for people from town to get to JPL. So then there's maybe a matter of equity. And I think the question is really what's in the municipality's interest. Yes, other stakeholders benefit. Is it in the municipality's interest to reduce congestion in the town site by providing an alternative for people that arrive at Wafflato and Whistlers in their RVs? Is it a benefit to businesses in the town site if we provide them an easy opportunity to come in, have a great meal and maybe a few drinks and not have to drive back? So, you know, that there are overlapping interests here. So is that a Parks Canada interest in moving those people into the town site? Or is it in our businesses' interests to enable them to get into the town site easier? I think it's not. I think they are overlapping. Yeah. And so to suggest that that one party benefits exclusively is probably challenging.
Councillor Dorn.
I was gonna go down the road. Maybe for some levity on business continuity, because that's coming up maybe today, I don't know. And you know, insurance for business interruption, who would be on the hook, all that type of thing. But Councillor Hall raised a good point, and I felt my blood boiling because I've watched a lot of hockey recently, and I'm going somewhere with this. This specifically for the Canadian teams that were playing. Parks Canada is pumping marketing. Like, I don't know if anybody knows that, and it started to really bug me. Like bug me in a way that they're going out and marketing, attracting more people. There are a lot of Jasper shots in there, quite a few. I think most of them were Jasper shots. Like I saw Marine rafting in there and a few other things, but I would like to see some more support for visitor services. And I'm not blasting our local people here. We need to get some help from these guys, whether it's through gate fees or other things. We keep looking at things that are going to enhance stuff for our community members, but also visitors. And this one speaks to a lot of visitors when it comes to supporting transportation. So I think it's a valid point. And I'd like to explore some broader partnerships, let's say, when it comes to this. So whether it's now or, you know, we wait to get the partnerships, I'm with you, Councillor Wilson, buggy and horse, not sure, but thanks for getting my blood going there, Councillor Hall. Or just Hall for short. Thank you.
Mr. Given, just returning to the question earlier from, I think from Councillor Wilson. What are you suggesting is received by PWT if council awards the RFP for public transportation. What exactly do they have? They have been awarded something. Are you suggesting they've only been awarded the right to negotiate a contract and that could all fall asunder? Potentially?
Yes. So the terms of the RFP allow administration to enter into that negotiation. If we can't come to satisfactory contract terms, then it, in your words, falls asunder. What the recommendation in front of you does is, one, gives administration direction that we should go and negotiate a contract with a company, specific company, and two, amends the budget to provide what administration believes are appropriate amount of operational funds to be able to support what we predict the cost of that service.
And does it compel administration, in your view, to negotiate in good faith a contract based on the proposal? So that many hours, those hours per year, winter and summer, and all the rest of it, or is it just a blank slate?
No, your worship, it was very clear in the RFP and in all discussions with the providers that municipality would need the latitude to be able to tailor the service hours to the demand, adding or removing routes as necessary. And so we have that ability through the contract negotiation and on an ongoing basis, I would say.
And finally, then, is there any need, if council goes ahead with the motion as is recommended, which was a recommendation initially to committee, but now it's council. But is there a need to add to that another aspect that says council directs administration to enter into negotiations with the successful proponent and return to council with the contract? And I take it that's what would be anticipated anyway, but is there a need to have that as part of a motion?
If council wishes to, certainly council could add that. If council didn't add that, administration would negotiate a contract that was able to be executed within the amount of funding that council approved within the budget. So I mean, if council wants to add that extra step of oversight by seeing the contract, and we should be careful that there may be some terms of the contract that might be proprietary interest, and so it might be difficult to bring an entire contract of this nature to council. But if council wanted to see that, direct administration negotiate a satisfactory contract and return to council with a final confirmation of total cost or something, certainly you could do that. There may be additional items that council may want to consider, because this is not necessarily a do it or don't decision. It could be a do it and how decision. Some of the discussion today about approaching other partners for additional revenue, approaching, like Parks Canada or others, that could be additional direction to administration to, initiate discussions and bring forward opportunities for additional partnership revenue, or directing council authorize the mayor to write a letter to Parks Canada requesting financial support for transit operation. Those are all things that council could do in addition to the recommendation this year.
Thank you. I know that Councillor Wilson had his hand up. One short question, which I think would take a short answer. The second part of the proposed motion includes a transfer of $250,000 from the 2022 year-end surplus. Where is that now? Was that not already assigned? Is that actually in reserves? And you're just saying it was from the surplus, or is there a surplus that is unaccounted for at this time?
So, your worship, as council likely remembers, we faced some challenges in completing our year end because of a third party financial statement that has to be consolidated with municipalities that West Hillhead Regional Waste Management Authority. We are still in the process of closing off the municipality's books. Our job is done, but we're relying on that third-party information, which hasn't been forthcoming. Director Malinchuk, in her update a couple of months ago, identified that the municipality would have a significant surplus greater than $215,000. And so this recommendation would pre-dedicate some of that surplus. Again, administration expects that the 2022 surplus will be able to easily fund the $250,000. But no, that number isn't finalized because our audited financial statements have been able to be closed off because of the challenge with Westfield and Regional Waste Management.
And it is not already committed by way of council motion, because I have this
This is not,
thought in the back of my head that we said what we wanted to have done with any 2022 year-end surplus. This wasn't it.
Your worship, the council has established by policy the reserves policy, which speaks to how any surplus is apportioned out into different reserves. And so this would be a motion that would, if council chose to support the recommendation in the report, that transaction, 250,000, would happen first. And then the balance of any 2022 surplus would be allocated according to council's approved reserve policy.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Well, so long ago, I was just actually going to respond to Councillor Connaught and you know, honestly, I did make kind of the comment that alluded to like cart before the horse, but I do think that the municipality should lead the way in public transportation, and I'm comfortable moving forward with a motion today. But I would also like to work it somehow. Whereas if we don't get private sector buy-in, if we don't get partners, I don't want to operate this for 3 years at the cost that we're looking at right now. And so, yeah, if we can find some way to stop the motion that suggests that, you know, if there isn't, you know, private sector support, then we operate for a year and make some calls at the end of the next year.
Your worship, while you're gathering thoughts there, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I was siding with you and with the horse and cart comment. Your worship, to Mr. Given, just kind of going on with what Councillor Wilson said. I'm good at sculpting some things, but words together are not one of my fortes. And you did allude to an option that council might have to direct administration to come back. Your very first one, and I couldn't write fast enough because it sounded so good. That kind of aligned with my thought process. And not that I wanted to make the motion, but I quite liked that concept of moving forward, but coming back with a little bit more information and a process that might fit into that makes sense.
Your worship, for Councillor Lorna, so if you're referencing the negotiation of a contract, was that the portion? Yes. So council could, in addition to the recommendations in the report, could direct administration negotiate a satisfactory contract for service with PW Transit Canada and return to a future meeting. Yeah, and return to a future meeting. And then at that future meeting, we would identify to council why administration believes the contract is satisfactory. And we could maybe speak to some of the topics that were raised today about the municipality's flexibility within the contract to change the service hours or terms to what the final costs would be to routes and other matters. But, you know, that way we could, administration would have the direction that, yes, budget, yes, we'll direct you to work with this organization. And we want you to come back and identify why administration believes that the contract that would be ready to be entered into is satisfactory to this municipality.
Thank you very much. Good to contemplate it. I like that train of thought. There was somebody waving at me in the gallery. Is that because you couldn't hear me? Am I mumbling or?
No, I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did hear that, I'm just considering the context. I am proposing at this time, call a recess while we configure, possible motion, because I fully appreciate what Mr. Given just had to say. I think it could also incorporate, elements of what Councillor Wilson was indicating, that is, when administration might return with what they view to be satisfactory negotiated contract, they also return with a report detailing other partner contributions that have been furthered in the process. I mean, it's obviously important that we understand who else is going to bear this burden before council feels comfortable locking itself in. So I will call a brief adjournment. We can try and configure that, and I will speak to the member of the gallery just to confirm what he wishes to address, and then if appropriate, I will invite him in the absence of objection to address council after the recess. So it is now almost 5:15. We're approaching that 4-hour mark. Let's just break for 6 minutes now. That might give us enough time. We'll come back at 5:20. Thank you all for that brief recess, which was, I think, effectively used. And I understand that Councillor Hall has complex motion.
I'm going to do my very best to get this motion going. I would like to recommend that council award the RFP for public transportation transit system to PW Transit Canada, and that council amend the 2023 operational budget to include an additional $514,000 for public transit operation to be funded as follows: $50,000 from external contributions, which is Granville Head Public School Division, $17,000 from fare revenue, $197,000 from the Public Transportation and Parking Reserve, and $250,000 from the 2022 year-end surplus. And that council direct administration to return to a future council meeting with the outlines of a satisfactory contract negotiated with PW Transit for council approval, and that council direct admin to pursue partner contributions to offset the cost of public transit and return to a future council with a report. I absolutely support public transit. I'm looking at the strategic relevance, and it's environmental. I feel that people becoming vulnerable, and I go back to having a lady that worked for me that had never lived in town for about 6 years and had never ever been out to any of the lakes because she doesn't have a car. And so I support public transit. I feel it ties into the conversation we had earlier about patios. It's all kind of one big package. Bike lanes, public transit, patios, and eventually I'll look at it all together, but that is my motion. Now I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Demoted.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we have some surplus money to put towards this. My concern is going forward. Yeah, we'll probably do well with the, low projections being more in future years, but 50% of that proposal makes up 90% of the money, meaning the two reserve portions of the funding equaling $447,000. I don't know if I'm comfortable in making that type of commitment going forward if we're not going to have other alternate sources of revenue to fund that stream. That's all I have to say.
I will speak to the motion, and in doing so, I will advise that I did speak to the member of the gallery during the recess who had to leave. Otherwise, I perhaps would have invited him to speak, but it would have been unusual in any event. However, the points that he raises are that he, on behalf of, I'm sure, other taxpayers, doesn't want to see the local tax base burdened further with transit costs, and raise the question of all the ancillary costs and whether they're in the details. But the details will come back to us in any event, but he's thinking about bus stops, which means bus shelters, and is that part of the cost or not? I don't know the details, but if the motion passes, administration will come back with a fleshed out contract, and we might know more about that at some point. But it's raising concern that transit cannot be at the sole cost of the taxpayer. The motion, though, includes a direction to administration to pursue party contributions, which I think is critical to keeping this alive. We fully support the notion of public transit. There has to be a limit in terms of cost to taxpayers and to our budget. So we will see who else is prepared to pony up. But otherwise, I'm prepared to keep the matter moving forward. I will say, and earlier in the day, I was inclined to support instead a motion to reissue the RFP. But I have been satisfied by all the discussion, particularly the information provided by administration and Mr. Gibbon in particular, that it is appropriate to move forward, but it is not without some trepidation. But I will support the motion. With that, I will call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? There is one opposed. One motion is carried. I have a related motion, but I think the others are not in conflict, so call them back. And can somebody text Mr. Melnick?
While we're waiting, may I make a comment?
Go on.
I'm with all of you, and I do support public transportation. Just don't feel that I was with all the information that I want.
We're sitting there, and we will do that.
As we await the return of Councillor Melnick, now Councillor Wilson would be an appropriate time for a motion to extend beyond 4 hours. If you're still so willing.
Well, it's still a few minutes early, but I would make a motion that we extend the meeting. That's for ours.
All those in favor? Are none opposed? That is carried.
Yeah. Told we're back. Okay.
Probably gone to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, you just keep going.
Well, as we wait, arising from the previous discussion, but not related to the RFP. So in other words, not putting anyone else back in conflict. I would like to make a motion, so I will relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Waxer, if I may. And I would like to present a motion, again, as I say, related to the previous discussion, but not to the RFP.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I did receive some fairly animated correspondence and discussion relating to a RFP that was circulated, specifically with reference to the fact that it was not in any sense locally advertised. And that's not to say that locals don't have access to the Alberta Purchasing Connection if they choose, but there was an indication that they felt somewhat slighted that with an RFP of this magnitude and this importance to the community, some people in the community were unaware until I was quoted in the media about the progress that we had made thus far. And so with that in mind, I think, simple motion is that council direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole meeting with proposed revisions to policy B020 to require the advertisement of municipality of Jasper RFPs on the municipal website and in local media, in addition to legislated sites, including the Alberta Purchasing Connection. So I would just like the policy to come back for our review with a view to looking at ways that we can be sure that local contractors have every opportunity to be advised. I'm fully aware of Mr. Gibbons' earlier comments that we cannot favor local contractors, but that is not to say that we couldn't ensure that they are aware. It just seems to me that we can look at our policy and see whether it can be improved to make that possible. And at the same time, maybe we can look at what we mean when we say we must do things and don't really mean we must, but we should. In any event, you've got the motion. I consider that I've spoken to the motion, and that is the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Wills.
Oh, thank you. So I was looking at the wrong person. The motion is really clear. I think I would support the motion, but I first off question to administration. How many RFPs go out a year, and is it feasible to post them all in the local media? I know I would suspect like on our website, yeah, let's do that. But local media, is that cumbersome?
It may add an extra step because the local media probably have deadlines for placing advertisements, which would sort of add a small amount of complexity for administration in terms of ensuring that the RFP deadlines are aligned with the advertising deadlines locally. But I don't think it's a significant barrier, and the administration could look at that issue and bring forward advice, bring forward the report that's contemplated in the motion.
Councillor Tomoto.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I was looking at you. Well, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that motion. And I recently looked up the origin of the word mayor, and it's derived from the Latin term magnus, which means great. So I think that, you know, I've seen a lot of greatness today and recently, so forgive me for being obsequious here, but I really appreciate that and for that too, I'm supporting this motion.
Any other questions or debate? Councillor Melnick? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Motion carried. Back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wexler. All right, that takes us to agenda item 6.9. Council delegation to Hakone that comes to us through a recommendation from committee a week ago. I leave it to Councillor to introduce a motion. Councillor Wilson.
I would make a motion that council approve a Jasper delegation to Hakone in the fall of 2023.
Thank you for that motion. Debate. Councillor Mono.
Not for debate, just clarify again what the intention was from last week. Although the motion is very definitive and concise, it does not rule out the fact that it may not happen this year.
If there is no further debate, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There is one opposed. That motion is carried.
Don't really have a point of order.
I think he might have been.
He might have missed the.
Yes. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Your Worship. Haven't been away for a bit of the meeting. We've now come to the 4-hour mark. Has there been a motion? And if there's not been a motion to extend, I will move that we extend the meeting beyond the 4-hour mark.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. You can always be relied upon to keep us in order, but I will tell you that on this occasion, in your absence, Councillor Wilson made just that motion a few minutes ago, and it was carried. So we are still legitimately here. So again, agenda item 6.10, business continuity policy. Again, a matter that comes before us with a recommendation from committee to approve the policy with two very slight adjustments, both of which are revealed in the current iteration of the policy. So again, is there any discussion required with respect to the policy or the changes? And if not, is the council prepared to make a motion? Deputy Mayor Wexler.
I'm happy to make that motion that council approve the business continuity policy as presented.
Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Which takes us then to agenda item 6.11, a request for a proclamation.
Your Worship, if I can, just interrupt a little bit. This is coming on the agenda today in recognition that each week during the third full week of May is when we recognize National Public Works Week. We've had some members of our Public Works team join us today. Not all were able to stay through the entire course of the meeting. Maybe in our agenda prep, I should have had this towards the front. But we appreciate you would have seen some members of our team here earlier, and our operations public works area is being represented by our grounds manager, ops manager, Laurent. And we are requesting that council recognize the contribution of our public works and utilities staff in maintaining municipality of Jasper, both for residents and visitors. They do an excellent job of being the first line of response and in maintaining this community, and administration is requesting that council proclaim the week of May 21st to May 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week in the municipality of Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Demona.
Yeah, I just want to say, and it's, I would have said it without Mr. Bolduc here as well and other members, but from my observation as somebody that's a resident in the community that operates business, that all I've been seeing is improvement year after year, commitment, attention to detail, efficiency. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demona. Anyone else? I would look to councillors for a motion. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and thank you to all public, all the employees and our operations. You do a great job, and I really enjoyed last week coming over to your operations. It was awesome to see you all. And the council proclaimed May 21, 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week in the municipality of Jasper.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Kelly. I would like to speak briefly to the motion, just to say that I really do appreciate the way that it's been structured in the proclamation, in particular, the way it comes to us. So recognizing that the individuals who work maintaining our public infrastructure are professionals, they are dedicated, and our community absolutely cannot function with the infrastructure that they maintain. So it is important and appropriate to recognize that professionalism. I think though it's also of critical importance to recognize that this is an important career for others, and particularly to make others in the community, children in particular, aware that this is a calling of a high nature. It is significant work that benefits entire communities and all of the visitors to our community. So it is far more than it sometimes appears. And the way the proclamation has been structured, I think, sets that out tremendously well. And so I'm not only very happy to support the motion, but I'm very happy with the way it's been presented to us, and a real credit to our staff who do us so much credit in the community. So thank you, all of you, for bringing that forward, and thank you to our really hardworking, dedicated professional staff who keep this town running. And through you, Mr. Bolduc, to the rest of the operations department in particular, and all those in public works, I extend appreciation and gratitude on behalf of council.
May I address council?
You may.
Well, I think that this feeling is quite neutral. I speak for everyone. I think when I'm saying this, it's an honor and a privilege to be working as a public worker, and these jobs, they're very good jobs, and I think that the municipality of Jasper is amongst the best employers in town, and so you're thanking us, but really you're providing us with great jobs, some of the best jobs in town. So we are also grateful for this opportunity. Like I know, so don't want to take too much time here. I just want to say that it's an honor and a privilege to work with the municipality, and a great opportunity.
I want to clap again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bolduc, and I think you said right at the opening, it is entirely mutual. Thank you. If there are no other comments, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. I Therefore, do so proclaim the 21st to 27th, 2023 National Public Works Week in the municipality of Jasper. And thank you, Mr. Palouk, and all of your colleagues. Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, it took me a minute to say this, but I have a recollection of Mr. Oluk soon after he began working for the municipality, commenting about the honor that he felt of working for the community that he lives in and loves. And so I just wanted to make that comment again, to remind us that, you know, that there are many people who work for the municipality who are who feel privileged to be able to work toward the beautification and smooth running of the community in general. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Noah.
I have an emerging commitment that arose, which is again making me leave, but I wanted to make sure we stayed to the end. So thank you for the opportunity. And I'm sorry I have to leave. It's 5:44.
Great, thank you, Councillor Demota, you are dismissed. Okay. Or excused, I suppose I should. All right, we have no notices of motion on the agenda today, so that concludes agenda item 7. Councillors' reports. Councillors have reports. Oh, Councillor Mellick, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, last week and during the Fire Smart Week, we had an opportunity to attend the Operations Open House as well as the Emergency Preparedness event at the Emergency Services Building. Wednesday was a full day with the chamber dinner that night, so that took care of Wednesday. And then on Sunday, had an opportunity to host a barbecue as part of the Fire Smart activities in the municipality for this year, and hopefully we continue to make improvements in the community and see more and more changes towards fire smarting our various neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Keller-Granby.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week I attended the early childhood conversation. And on Wednesday, also I attended the Public Works, and on Wednesday night I attended the chamber dinner. And Mayor Ireland did a wonderful presentation. And on the weekend, I attended the Alberta Japan Twinning conference at Sandwich, and I'd like to congratulate Councillor Waxer, or Deputy Mayor Waxer, Mayor Ireland, and Emma for a magnificent job.
Thank you for that. Councillor Keller-Granby. Councillor Waxer.
And also, I attended the seniors community conversation, and it was very, very well attended and very lively conversation. And there were two community needs that were really highlighted. The need for a Meals on Wheels program that has now lapsed. That doesn't exist anymore, and there was considerable concern about that. Also concern about respite services that for caregivers are having difficulty accessing assistance. So maybe to take a break from caregiving. The other thing that came up, and I had spoken since then to Director Reed, but there was a request as to whether the municipality / council would be involved in any way in representing Seniors Week, and I understand that there is a plan in place. And it will be June 8th. It will be a seniors tea and treats in the activity center lobby, as well as some information booths. So thank you to the development team. 2 o'clock, sorry. Thank you to the community development team for putting together a plan. Thank you. Oh, also I did attend the Alberta Japan Twinning Association conference, and it was well attended, and again, great appreciation to Ms. Acorn for all the detail work. It ran incredibly smoothly, and the participants from all across the province were very pleased with the event.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I will report that no surprise to anyone, but May 6th and 7th, when we were hosting evacuees from Edson and Yellowhead County, I had opportunities both days to meet with the mayors of Yellowhead County and of Edson. They were here to address their own residents who were evacuated to Jasper. And I will say that they were extremely grateful for the support that we offered, and it just confirmed regional alliances and the need to be available for them. And connected with that, I received a telephone call from Rachel Notley on May 7th, simply inquiring about the state of things in Jasper, given the fact that we were hosting evacuees, and she was aware that we were not under an evacuation order, although we had, of course, activated our ESS and our ECC, but it was somebody else's emergency where we were assisting. But she kindly called just to inquire. May 10th, I joined other councillors, as Councillor Melnick indicated, for the Public Works barbecue, and happy to recognize Public Works Week coming up. That was the same day that I addressed the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce with the state of the municipality address. On May 11th, I went out to the lodge to welcome a convention there, conference, the Canadian Therapeutic Recreational Therapists Association. A really good turnout. I was surprised how large that group was, and since they were all therapists, I offered to them that Jasper has its own brand of therapy, which is retail therapy, and invited them all in to spend their money. And I think they appreciated that, and I hope they did it. May 12th was the welcome to the Alberta Japan Twin Municipalities Association. The next day was the conference. And I would just add to that, apart from how well Jasper presented itself, it wasn't entirely just a municipal effort, although I do credit Ms. Acorn with a lot of the help, but the community stepped up in a big way, and particularly on Friday night. We had a great contingent of locals who came to be part of the celebration and to greet our guests from other municipalities across the province, and the entertainment that we had lined up with Jasper Theatre Productions absolutely struck a chord. And I think every one of those people, if they weren't previously there, are now certainly in love with Jasper. So it was tremendous. And on that same day, Saturday, the last day of the conference, I attended the opening, I guess it was the opening, I'm not sure, a party for the Outlet Jasper Mural Festival, and the contribution of the municipality of Jasper, both for the wall and the sponsorship, was recognized. And the artist, Ola, is now busy painting that wall at the tennis courts, and it is going to be spectacular. And on Saturday, there will be a party there from 5 to 9 with the actual unveiling, although it won't be an unveiling, set for 7 o'clock, so. Prepare yourselves to come out for what's going to be a really exciting event, to see what Uplift has done for our community. Mr. Reed, you wanted to get in on that?
The event as Uplift has planned is it runs from 2 to
Oh,
10
2.
p.m.
Sure.
You're correct about the 7 p.m. will be the sort of official ceremony, but the event is an all-day family party, quite a bit of fun there.
Thank you for that, and that is my report. If there are no other reports, we can move to agenda item 9, upcoming events. There's NETMA coming up next Wednesday, although I think many of us might be on our way to Toronto at that time for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference, which begins the next day. There is the Rotary Club Summit celebration that Councillor Melnick has advised of earlier, June 3rd up at Whistler. Seniors Week, which was mentioned earlier, June 5th to 11th. The Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce Annual General Meeting on June 14th. I might add one item of interest, particularly to people who shop for groceries. Someone has organized in connection with TGP's Customer Appreciation Day, an appreciation for Rick Levis, who is retiring and will be leaving TGP. And I've been invited to speak at that May 17th at 2 p.m. So if you're out and about, that would be a place you can go to thank Rick for his contribution to the community over a number of years. Are there any other upcoming events not on the list of which council should be aware? Councillor the Mayor, gotcha.
There was a recent request and for the welcome event up at the Sky Tram on the 25th. And that has been, I know, very well attended and a wonderful way to welcome the new people working, coming to work in Jasper for the summer. And it looks like Director Reed might want to say something more.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor Waxer. Just to clarify, that event is happening at Commemoration Park with transportation up to the tram. So in past years, it has been at the base of the tram. And this year we are doing something a little differently, tried at Commemoration Park. There will be transportation up. It will be a $2 barbecue. I believe Ian's line is, if you're feeling peckish, bring a toonie. If you're feeling peakish, we'll take you to the tram.
Thank you for that, both Deputy Mayor Waxer and Mr. Reed. If there is nothing further by way of reports, we have an in-camera item. Before I call for a motion to go in camera, I can safely let anyone who has shown such endurance that they're still with us, that when we return to public session after our in-camera session, I am presuming that there will be no further business to conduct and we will simply adjourn. So I would thank all of those who have stayed now for 4.5 hours. They might take this opportunity to adjourn before we do. Otherwise, I would welcome a motion that council move in camera at 5:56 p.m. Councillor Keller-Rempe, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried, and we shall move in camera. Thank you.